great wealth of transfer in terms of knowledge that's going to happen here today. We want to make sure that we manage our time properly. People have come from all over the world, and we want to make sure that everybody's able to get back to their business as quick as possible. Bearing in mind that we have guests from different parts of the world, we do have interpretation available. So if you would be more comfortable listening to the proceedings in a different language, just at the back of the hall on my right, your left, you will find receivers available for you to pick up. We have translations in French and in Arabic. So if you pick up a receiver, on channel 1, you will have English. On channel 2, you will have French. And channel 3, you will have Arabic. Once more, channel 1 is English, channel 2 will be French, and channel 3 is Arabic, and all of those receivers are free of charge. You don't have to pay anything for those, so please feel free to pick one of those up should you need that. Once more, we're about to get things started, so please, I'd like to ask all guests who are sat to the back of the hall, please come closer. This is supposed to be quite an intimate session as we exchange knowledge. I will greet our guests that are with us in a moment, but we, being Nigerians, we're spiritual people. And we like to start with an opening prayer. And the prayer is, I believe, one of the greatest prayers ever written by a Nigerian, our national anthem. We'd like to ask that everyone in the hall please join us and rise to your feet as we start with our national anthem. The words will be on the screen behind me to assist you. National anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
And the people said, amen. Please put your hands together for our beautiful country as you take up your seats. And to that end, I say a very big welcome to everyone here to the 41st meeting of AMEDA, the Africa Middle East Depositories Association. We're glad to have all of you here from all over the world. Thank you so much for making our time to fly down to Nigeria. We would like to greet some of our guests here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them as we acknowledge the chairman of AMEDA, formidable gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, CEO Bahrain Clear, Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abdin. Good to have you with us, sir. Welcome to Lagos. I know you could do a lot better than that with a big Lagos welcome. Come on. Also join me and acknowledge our Vice Chairman of AMEDA, CEO CSCS, Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri. We're pleased to have with us the Chairman of NGX Group, Dr. Umaru Kwaranga. Good to have you with us, sir. Join me and acknowledge the Chairman and Founder Coronation Group and its affiliates, Chairman Access Holdings, Mr. Agboje Aigi Mokwede. Also with us, Executive Secretary NIPC, Aisha Rimi. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together and acknowledge GMD CEO NGX, Mr. Temi Popola. I'm sure there are a few more names that I will acknowledge as the time goes on. But I want to get into today's proceedings very quickly. My name is Ike Osakiodo. I'm going to be your MC this morning and into the afternoon, but I'd like to confess right out the start that I'm probably the least knowledgeable when it comes to anything to do with clearing or the capital market or any of that in this room. So I'm not going to pretend to be more knowledgeable than anybody in here. I'm here to learn. I always do that whenever we have any of these events from the great speakers that will be coming up. But you are going to be thrilled to know that we have some formidable people coming to speak to you, people from the capital market, people from clearing houses around the world. You're going to be blessed with quite a lot of knowledge today. So I want you to give them your full attention when they come up. Listen to the things they have to say. And if we really do collaborate with our minds, our thoughts, our interests, I think we could all walk away from this with a more powerful economy that is empowered by the capital market, thanks to the work that the clearing companies here do. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to get straight into it by bringing up to welcome you officially the people who do know the business that we're here for. Please put your hands together for our very first speaker. He is a man with quite a wealth of knowledge, over 3 decades, about almost 40 years of experience in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the CEO of Bahrain Clear and the chairman of AMEDA. We are glad to have him in Lagos. Please make welcome Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abden, and he comes up to speak to you and welcome you officially. Please put your hands together for him.
I think that is my brother. Good morning, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Executive Governor of Lagos State. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, respected Head of Financial Institutions and Organizations, and distinguished guests. I'm deeply pleased and honored to convey my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, its government, and its people for their generous hospitality and cordial reception. I wish also to express my sincere appreciation to the Central Securities Clearing System, CSCS, for their dedicated work in organizing and facilitating this important annual gathering of the Africa and Middle East Depository Association, which brings us together in Lagos, a city renowned for its dynamic and ambitious. It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth. AMEDA holds the view that financial infrastructure is not solely a technical tool. It constitutes an essential mechanism for development and sound basis for incentivizing investment, improving transparency, optimizing market efficiency, and realizing economic integration within the region. In conclusion, I anticipate productive deliberations, insightful exchanges, and actionable recommendations that will contribute to the advancement of our collective mission and the cultivation of our prosperous future for our financial markets and national economies. I restate my profound gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of this forum and extend to them my best wishes for the continued success. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him one more time. Thank you very much, sir. My next speaker, also bringing a welcome address, is someone who is no stranger to any of you in the hall. He comes from, I think, 35 years or so of multiple disciplines in the financial sector, from investments to capital markets to the clearing system that he works in now. And since his taking appointment in 2017 as the CEO of CSCS, he has brought meaningful, sustainable, and powerful change to the establishment. A formidable man in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the Vice Chairman of AMEDA and the CEO of CSCS, Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Lagos. The theme of this conference is Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as a Catalyst for Transforming Economies. Allah has established the protocol, so I will not go over it. I'll stand by that. And thank you for that, Mr. Abdullah. On behalf of CSCS Board and Management, which most are here, and as Vice Chair of AMEDA, I'd like to welcome us to this 41st AMEDA meeting in Lagos. So welcome to Lagos, the host city of this AMEDA conference. By the way, we call it the heart of West Africa's financial market. Why does it matter now that we're choosing this theme and we're bringing it to Lagos? This should have come a long time ago. When I became CEO of CSCS in 2017, and by the way, I'd like to tell a story. Mr. Aigumokode was the president of the Council of the Nigerian Stock Exchange pre-demutualization. I was an executive director at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. I had done my first term, which is 5 years, and the vacancy for the CEO of CSCS was open. I went to go and meet him, and I said to him, "Bros, I'd like to offer my services to be the CEO of the CSD." He says, "Why?" I said, "Because I'm banging my head trying to get pre-trade and trade a call, but we had issues at post-trade. And so no matter what I do, if the post-trade is not done properly, I would struggle." He says, "Well, we want to hire somebody very articulate, who understands what we want to do at post-trade. And by the way, you know we're going to demutualization?" I said, "Yes." And he says, "By the way, you know your contract is up for renewal. How are you going to manage negotiating with us at the exchange and still go through a PwC rigorous process of recruitment?" I remember that meeting was at 6 p.m. at the Wapik House, I believe you remember. And I walked away saying, and my wife said, "Memuna," I said, "You know what? Whatever it takes, I'm going to get that job." And the reason is very simple. It matters that we do a digital transformation in our market. It mattered that the demographics were shifting and the market was changing. It mattered that at that time there was little geopolitical tensions, but we saw it coming. And we had climate crisis. But more importantly, financial market infrastructures are not just enablers, but active transformers, as we've seen in the last 7 years in what we did at the CSCS. At this point, please permit me to ask every single individual who works at the CSCS to please stand up for recognition. And please, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. Mr. Agbuja, I'm sure I've not disappointed you. So what are the challenges today? We must rethink market resilience. We must have financial inclusion. We must have sustainable investment. We must have regional integration. These are the catalysts for me as a CEO sitting behind as a post-trade institution. So what is the guiding question? How do you design institutions, policies, and partnerships to lead, not to lag? And I'm speaking to my dear friend and colleague, the chairman of CSCS, who is also group CEO of the NGX, Mr. Popola. Critical questions for the reform are interoperability, very important. How do we build integrated regional markets that are interoperable? How do we innovate, ensuring that regulation is also guiding us? And do we think blockchain and AI can secure these particular changes? My answer to the latter is yes. And I see Radwan looking at me. We had an extensive discussion around whether it should be blockchain or AI that will drive our markets in future. Inclusion. How do we bring women, the youth, SMEs, and all into the market and integrate them? How do you have significant sustainability? How do you align with SDGs and attract ESG capital in our markets? But more importantly, how do we get the public and private sector collaborate and institutionalize trust-based collaboration? And I emphasize on trust-based. There are a couple of our partners from the government here. We're expecting the DG, and of course, we have the permanent secretary who is also here. Thank you for coming, sir. It's important that that trust is built between private sector and public sector for the purpose of that growth within what we're saying. So what's our ambition in Nigeria from an FMI perspective? And I see the chairman of the group, Mr. Alhaji Kwaranga, doctor actually. Whenever I talk to him about infrastructure, he keeps saying, why do you always talk about infrastructure? I say it's the base of what we will do. But local vision is very important. You have to have a vision from a local perspective, and then you can broaden it further within the context of what we're saying. So regional responsibility is very important. How do you ensure that within the context of when you do those interoperabilities, that the responsibility is not just on a local basis, but is broadened to a regional perspective? Of course, Nigeria's ambition is to be $1 trillion economy target, and the president and his team are working towards that. But then, of course, that vision is something we should also key into. But I must say this, capital markets are central to that vision because it's the engine in which growth is built globally, and it shouldn't be different here in Nigeria or in our region. So what's CSCS role? As an infrastructure, it's critical that we bring trust and the element of scalability and resilience to ensure that we bring confidence into the market. The investor trust must not be doubted, and they should not question our discussion. And I was speaking to the chairman walking down around some clearing matter we had, and I told him, I said, don't worry, we've not failed, we will not fail, and that clearing will happen today. So that trust must be established and sustained. Innovation partnerships are important, and I keep saying that from the days that we signed the agreement with LSEG to co-compete, not compete, to the context of what they're doing at ALP, with Temi also driving that, and sustainability within that context of collaboration. Of course, I keep not re-emphasizing innovation partnerships. So why this gathering matters is, for me, we have policymakers here, we have fintech leaders, I see a couple of them around, and thank you, Bamboo, by the way, I have to mention you. Regulators are also here, regional and global partners, and I remember when I first went to the first AMEDA, and Riham was still working at the Egyptian CSD before she became Secretary General fully. I told her, I said, look, I like what's going on here, but I'd like to bring it to Nigeria. And he says, why not? We'd like you to come to Nigeria as well. And then COVID happened, and I think 4 years after, we're here in Nigeria. Those are the kind of partnerships I'm talking about. And the regional and global partnerships are very important. This is a moment for us to exchange ideas, challenge assumptions, shape the future of our markets. But in doing that, I'd like to thank our partners. The presidency, which the vice president should have been here today, but I think he has sent someone and probably has video for us. Our regulators, the government of Lagos State, who had encouraged us to do this in Lagos. My sister at the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, Aisha, who had supported us all through since we started this journey. I must also commend the Nigerian Immigration Service because they gave us a team to work with us such that our foreign partners will have a seamless experience in Lagos, and I'm glad that that happened, so thank you. Our media partners, Business Day, New Central, ProShare, CNBC, and of course our sponsors, Zenith Bank, Bamboo, Montran, CME, Small Systems, Tangerine, Alukoyebode, FMDQ, Stamdic IPTC, TCS Banks, Allianz, NGS Group, Central Bank, AfriExim, Chapel Hill, Denham, and Bank of Industry with Meristem. Thank you all. So to our delegates, I know time is up. Engage boldly, this is an opportunity. Share insights freely, collaborate courageously. And on a final note, welcome again to Lagos, a city of energy and possibility. Let AMEDA for the first be a milestone in shaping inclusivity, resilient markets, and thank you, best wishes. Dr. Faswa, thank you also for coming. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask you to wait behind, sir. Please wait behind, sir. Mr. Jallo Waziri, if you would please wait behind. There's a quick presentation that AMEDA would like to make to you, and I'd like to invite the chairman to do this presentation. Please put your hands together for Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abden as he comes up to make the presentation to Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri.
Thanks. This is something very minimal, but I would like to say one word to you, if I may, Mr. Waziri. I would like to say, Umoya. So you are my mother's child.
I think he's trying to say Omoya.
Umoya.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please put your hands together for our president and our chairman and our vice chairman. We appreciate you. Well, our next speaker is quite an interesting individual. When he first moved back to Nigeria with his MIT education, I dare say that many people didn't know much about him. He did some work in UBA, CSL, stockbrokers, then moved over to RenCap before he was poached by some of the powers that be and placed in our stock exchange at the time. And even by that time, some people still didn't know much about him, but much to his credit, we can see from the modernization that has come to the exchange, he is a formidable individual with a career that spans different continents. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and welcome the Group Managing Director and CEO of the Exchange Group, Nigerian Exchange Group, Mr. Temi Popola, as he comes to say a few words as well.
Thank you very much, Ike. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me say a very warm welcome and good morning to everybody who's here this morning. I'd like to crave your indulgence to stand on the protocols that have been established already. I think it's not a morning for long speeches. Our time is far gone. But just to build on some of the points that were made by the chairman of AMEDA and, of course, the vice chair, really, when I think about this event, I think, honestly, it couldn't have come at a better time for not just our country, but for our capital markets. I say that also because of the people that are in the room and all of the events that have led us to sort of where we are today. As the vice chairman spoke about some of the themes that we'll be looking to address over the course of today, tomorrow. If you think, for example, about this subject of digital transformation, and we look really at that and where AMEDA, the clearinghouses, the depository come into the picture, I think it's a very good example. You know, one of the things that I found out coming into the capital markets in Nigeria very quickly was and is that the depository is the heart, in a sense, of the capital markets. It's actually not the exchange. And it's on that basis very quickly I formed, I think, at least a strong enough a relationship with Mr. Waziri from back in the day for that reason. We talk about digital transformation, for example. I think if we can get that right, our capital market transforms. I think it's also not a coincidence we have Mr. Imokwede in the room. We haven't really had a chance to thank you as a market for a lot of that progress we've made that we're getting benefit from now, for example, on digital transformation. And the heart of it is very simple. Why is it that in a country as large as ours, I'm sure the data from CSCS will probably say it's 100,000, maybe 200,000 people who are actively using our markets today. That picture has to change. It can change. And of course, if it changes, our country is better for it. So I really just want to welcome everybody this morning. I speak, I guess, on behalf of the board as well. We are extremely delighted that you are all able to join us from near and far. Looking forward to the wonderful quality time that we'll spend together. And to those who are coming to Lagos for the first time, let me encourage you to enjoy all of the hospitality that will come with it. I trust our CEO to do that part also very well. And at the end of it all, look forward to an enriched, much better quality sessions at the end. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pokbola. When Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri was speaking, he spoke about inclusion of the youth, of women, and we've seen a lot of that from the exchange, especially with the recent IPOs from many of the companies. We saw youth for the first time in Nigeria buying shares on their phones through apps, something we've never done before. So one more time, appreciate the work of the GMD of the Nigerian Exchange Group, Mr. Pokbola. Please put your hands together for him. He had intended to be here, he had cleared his calendar, but then when you sit at the top of a great nation like this one, things will often pull at your attention and your desires to be present at different events. We would like to acknowledge him even in absentia, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, who had planned to be here up until just a few days ago when he was pulled away to another very hefty engagement. But he didn't leave us without sending us a representative. So please put your hands together as you honor him and the representative, the special advisor to the President on Economic Affairs, Dr. Tokwe Fashua. Thank you, sir, for making out time to be here. Also, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Momotimi Agama, could not be here for reasons that I won't go into right now, but he has taken out time to send us a very hefty representative, and we're glad to have him here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him at this time as he comes up to say a few words. Please welcome the Executive Commissioner of Operations from the SEC, Mr. Bola Ajomale, as he comes up to speak. Please put your hands together for him. Oh, I beg your pardon, I hear he's on his way, but we appreciate him. Here with us, though, and bringing goodwill messages now from the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Senator Saidu Ahmed Al-Khali. Please put your hands together as you make welcome Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transportation, Mr. Ibrahim Musa Omaye. After his goodwill message, we'll take a few more and then we'll continue with our proceedings. Please keep clapping until he gets here.
plus finance and PPP model, the Lagos-Kano Railway modernization, the Kano-Maradi Railway modernization, all these are achieved through the PPP, rehabilitation and reconstruction of Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, e-ticketing solution, Abuja-Kaduna Railway, Itakpe to Ajaokuta. This has several advantages to us. Risk sharing. The government takes larger risk though, so that's to encourage the private sector. Access to funding from your organizations and this kind of gathering, you help us. We look forward to your serious assistance so that our partners can access the fund to develop these infrastructures like we are doing in the railways. Increase efficiency. Efficiency in construction or collaboration. It's very higher in the private sector. So with PPP, we'll take advantage of such efficiency. Now, we have some challenges, apart from those advantages I just listed. Aside from the ICRC Act and the National Public-Private Partnership Policy, the need for a more robust and all-encompassing regulatory framework is highly desirable. The OBC and FBC from ICRC do experience a lot of delays to deliver on government projects. That is why that is a serious challenge. Then clarity of contractual agreement should be clearly defined. Need for higher transparency in PPP has to be outlined to encourage this. I think by the time we go into the nitty-gritty and this conference go into full deliberation, I will look onto you to bring out the ways to create a synergy in our cooperation in terms of our engineering, procurement, construction, plus financing, as we do with the private sector, and attract funds to our infrastructural development in Nigeria. That's a brief message, and the Honorable Minister also asked me to tell you that he supports all you are doing here. He had planned to be here, but unavoidably he has to attend to other functions. Thank you very much.
We thank the Honorable Minister and the Executive Commission for that message. Thank you so much. We appreciate the Minister of Transportation. That message was both insightful and instructive. Thank you. We're thankful for technology in this day and age where if people can't be physically present somewhere, they can be there electronically or virtually, and our next speaker is coming to us virtually. She is the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, quite a phenomenal speaker and very intelligent, quite a lot of work she did in the last administration under PEBEC that Nigerians are grateful for. So we're glad to have her here with us virtually, and she'll be speaking to us in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the multimedia screens as we bring you Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. I know she's not here, but you can still clap. She can hear you.
I'm here. I'm just trying to make sure the lights is good for you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a distinct pleasure to join you from Abuja virtually. And I'd like to be there in Lagos, but we have to attend to official duties, especially as it's a short week after the Easter. And so it's good that we have this technology opportunity to join you. As we're convened, not just as regulators, investors, or industry leaders, but as stewards of a new era in economic affairs. This is an era defined not by what we inherit, but by what we intentionally build. And today's conversation is a clarion call for forward-thinking policy, decisive leadership, and bold partnerships. So let me commend AMEDA and the CSCS for organizing this important event as we navigate the theme Shaping the Future. It is clear that the architecture of tomorrow's economy must be deliberate, digital, and inclusive. So in terms of policy as a platform and our role as government, at the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, FMITI, we believe policy must be a platform, one that enables innovation, protects investors, and unleashes productivity. And that is why our ministry's 2025 priorities are sharply focused on the following areas. Number one, digital trade and service exports under the AFCFTA agreement. We've been championing the implementation of AFCFTA, that's the African Continental Free Trade Area, digital trade protocol. Nigeria has been positioned to lead Africa as a co-champion in this space to make sure that we provide digital trade policy infrastructure, we enable and we just create a competitive environment for Nigerian and African youth to be able to explore this space. We've been mobilizing investment. We've been focused on investment retention and attraction. Mr. President has been on an investment drive for the last 23 months and has catalyzed, as at December 2024, over 50 billion in investment announcements, which we've secured through bilateral engagements. And we have been following up on tracking these investments to bring them in and facilitate the businesses that would like to deepen their footprints in Nigeria. We've also been focused on export-led job creation. We've been leading in the area of job creation, focusing on outsourcing on jobs and services. We've been working on our free zone policy landscape and just making sure that MSMEs in particular can explore market access, working on zero rejects. And so exports of services, tech-enabled businesses, shaping economies of the future with our financial infrastructure and what we must do to settle these trade interventions. So we must accelerate financial inclusion, mobilize domestic capital, and
I apologize to Dr. Oduole. It seems the connection has gone a bit cold there. So if we are able to restore it before the end of the day, we will bring you back. My apologies to the minister. Please forgive the technical problems there. I would like to proceed so we don't keep us waiting on that by inviting someone to give a goodwill message. He is the chairman of the Nigerian Exchange Group, and he's one of the people I really enjoy listening to when he speaks. He never speaks without speaking with passion. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Umaru Kwaranga, Sir King Fulaning Gombe.
It's good that IK is adjusting the microphone. Some of us are not as tall as my mentor, Ike Evokode. Let me once more say good morning. I believe we are still in morning. So on behalf of the board and management of the Nigerian Exchange Group, I wish to welcome the delegates to the 2025 International Conference of the Africa and Middle East Depositors Association. I particularly welcome the President of AMEDA, Mr. Abdallah Jafar Abdi, and other delegates from other Middle East and sister African nations. I hope you will enjoy the warm welcome and hospitality of that Nigeria and Nigerians are known for. Happy that Mr. Abdallah was telling me by the side this morning that he enjoyed the closing gong of yesterday at NGS. He enjoyed the visit to the museum. Mr. Abdallah, I want to assure you more is coming today and tomorrow. Depositors are very critical market infrastructure that ensure the security of market participant assets and provide confidence in our markets. In today's fast evolving technology landscape, with technology such as the crypto assets, the decentralized finance, blockchains, and artificial intelligence becoming common, it is important that depositors and settlement systems stay ahead of the game in order to ensure that they effectively play their role and continue to provide assurance to investors on the security of their assets. I'm therefore delighted that you have chosen the topical theme, shaping the future, financial market and infrastructure as catalysts for transforming economies. Since the caliber of participants present here, I believe that we do justice to the topic and come up with strategies that will strengthen our market and grow our economies. Before I conclude, let me specifically and most sincerely appreciate Mr. Abdallah for the support you have been giving us, especially the appointment of the Vice Chairman, Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri, who happens to be my lab brother, and the Group CEO as the CEO of the CSCS. We appreciate that, and other board members of AMEDA. I wish to thank my lab brothers, Mr. Temi Popola, who is happened to be not only the chairman of CSCS, but happened to be the Group CEO of NGS, as well as Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri, the Managing Director of CSCS, for inviting me and to wish you fruitful deliberations over the course of the couple of days. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for that very passionate speech. You can't listen to Dr. Omar Kwaranga and fall asleep. He's not one of those. You hear the passion in his voice. Please put your hands together for him one more time. Our excellent governor of Lagos State would have loved to be here as well, but unfortunately he too has been pulled into some hefty state affairs. But he has been diligent to send us someone that we're glad to have with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome him at this time to give a quick goodwill message as well. Commissioner for Economy, Planning and Budget, please put your hands together for the estimable Mr. Okpe George.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm sorry Mr. Governor couldn't be here. Unfortunately, he's away with some work, so he's asked me to come and try and represent him and read a speech. So good morning again. I missed the protocol, so I think I'll say all protocols duly observed. I see some names and some people I recognize, so I'll say good morning to everyone. It's truly a privilege to welcome everyone to Lagos State for the AMEDA Conference 2025, hosted by the Central Securities Clearing System, CSCS. So on behalf of the government and the wonderful people of Lagos, I would like to extend our warmest greetings to all delegates, especially those who have traveled from various corners of Africa and Middle East to be with us today. The theme of this year's conference, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures, as catalysts for transforming economies, is incredibly timely. As Africa's economic hub and a city celebrated for its resilience, innovation, and ambition, Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. However, none of this can happen without robust, reliable infrastructure, both physical and digital, that connects people, ideas, and opportunities. That's why Lagos State is committed to investing in infrastructure, as highlighted in our historic 2025 budget of sustainability, which dedicates a significant portion of capital projects aimed at fostering inclusive growth and long-term prosperity. We understand the crucial role that institutions like CSCS play in ensuring our financial systems are efficient, transparent, and secure. Since its establishment, CSCS has set the benchmark for excellence and innovation in Nigeria's capital markets, and its leadership within AMEDA is instrumental in shaping best practices across the continent. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here. I applaud the CSCS team and all their partners for their hard work in bringing us together for this significant event. I do hope this conference ignites fresh ideas, strengthens our connections, and speeds up the transformation of our financial markets and economies. Thank you all, and I wish everyone a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We mentioned earlier that the Vice President had it in his intentions and his schedule to be here, but he was pulled away. But even though he was pulled away to another engagement, he took the time to record and send us a goodwill message. We'll watch that at this time. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screens behind me.
Your Excellencies, my dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to adopt the already established protocol. It was indeed my heartfelt decision and desire to be with you in person at this distinguished gathering. Unfortunately, pressing national commitments have compelled a change of plans. Yet my spirit is with you, and I remain keenly invested in the vibrant discourses that will unfold over these 2 days. I commend the Central Securities Clearing System, CSCS PLC, and the African and Middle East Depository Association, AMEDA, for convening this timely and forward-looking engagement. The theme of this year's conference, Shaping the Future Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economies, speaks directly to the strategic necessity of our time, the urgent task of reimagining and repositioning our financial systems as engines of inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. Across Africa and the Middle East, we are witnessing tectonic shifts in how we engage with one another and the wider world. These shifts, driven by innovation, useful demographics, digital disruption, and economic realignments, compel us to rethink the very architecture of our financial ecosystems and economic management models. At the heart of this transformation lies the indispensable role of financial market infrastructures, depositories, clearing houses, payment systems, and digital platforms that sustain trust, enable transparency, and provide the liquidity our markets require. These institutions, though often operating quietly behind the curtain, are the central arteries of our modern economies. They make the flow of capital possible. They unlock doors to opportunity. And when structured with foresight and integrity, they inspire confidence in the long-term prosperity of our nations. In His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration. From broadening participation in our capital markets to deepening access to finance for our MSMEs and startups, and financing infrastructure through green bonds, social bonds, and sukuk. Our agenda is anchored in inclusive finance principles and designed to deliver tangible public value. We are also harnessing innovation across sectors, from fintechs and mobile platforms to payment service providers, to make our financial system more efficient, more accessible, and more inclusive. But innovation, to be meaningful, it must be responsible, secure, and equitable. No citizen must be left behind. Distinguished guests, to truly shape the future of finance, we must move beyond domestic thinking and embrace a shared regional vision. This is particularly urgent and promising in Africa and the Middle East, where a convergence of demographic strength, digital ambition, and bold policy reform is laying the foundation for transformative growth. The African Continental Free Trade Area marks a defining moment with the potential to unite 54.
Thank you very much. I think that's a double whammy since the Vice President has already made a speech already. So what I'll do is I'll skim through what I have here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be nice to stand on existing protocols already established, but I'll be remiss if I don't recognize a few people standing in front of me today. First of all, the President of AMEDA. You're welcome with your delegation. Also, our mentor, Mr. Ige Mokwede, who's also my boss. Fortuitously, when I was coming out of my hotel this morning, I thought I'd be mistaken for a TV man from Benue State. I didn't know I was thinking like exactly like one of the Africa's top billionaires. So I just told him, if I'll be 1,000 times, 1,000 as rich as he is, maybe I'm on my way forward. And we have a small history, which I'll probably be able to tell you guys today. Anyhow, I can assure you my cap is made of much, much cheaper material than his own. Also, Chairman NGX, Dr. Kwaranga, GMD NGX, MD CSCS Malam Jalo, foreign dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. So, the speech I have on behalf of the Vice President, which he has mostly covered, I'll skim through. But just to say that this year's theme is very apposite, shaping the future of financial markets and infrastructure as catalysts for transforming economies. And given the centrality of financial markets to economic development, the rapid evolution of innovative structures and ideas in the financial markets, ongoing trade disputes between the world's largest economies, and the implication for financial markets and the global economy, and the increasingly complex challenges facing countries in their quest for socio-economic progress. Because you're talking about transforming economies here. Financial markets, of course, comprise of the firmament of money and capital markets, derivatives, commodity and bond markets, as well as stock markets, currency markets, futures markets, insurance, and mutual funds markets, among others. Financial markets, of course, are vital to the smooth operations of every economy, and their failure often portend or precipitate economic disruption, including things like recessions and rising unemployment. Therefore, financial markets play a vital role in facilitating the allocation of resources and liquidity for businesses and entrepreneurs, and makes it easy for buyers and sellers to trade their financial holdings, as it were. Yes, so the catalytic role of depositories, which is why we are here today, cannot be overemphasized, as they serve as link between the public companies and investors and shareholders. Securities are issued by agents associated with depositories, which are known as depository participants, which are banks mostly. Depositories also function to eliminate risks related to owning physical financial securities, allowing traders and investors to hold securities in dematerialized form, thereby eliminating the risk related to holding physical financial securities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the experience in Nigeria with the CSCS PLC, that Central Securities Clearing System, which has since emerged into a trailblazer and pathfinder in that space as Nigeria's premier securities depository is very apt for the times. CSCS PLC has over decades brought the latest technology to digitize Nigeria's financial market space, especially with the handling of transactions which were hitherto materialized. In doing this, new standards have been set in terms of time management, safety, speed, risk management, record management, even as the security markets in Nigeria has grown to the level where it is today. Today, CSCS has built unparalleled capability within the region in document management in secured and digital fashion. Indeed, Nigeria's financial market has evolved greatly over the years. There has been massive gains in terms of innovation, new capabilities and sophistication, but of course, there are still many rivers to cross. With cumulative experience in the room today, encompassing the whole of Africa, indeed, and Middle East region, including experiences that may be shared by professionals from outside these regions, we believe that our markets shall evolve even greater as learning experiences are shared and collaborations are considered. What we can glean from the rapid transformation taking place today at the global stage is that countries are working, overtly or otherwise, on new payment systems and tweaking of financial market infrastructure to incorporate blockchain, mainstreaming of digital currency into the pool, even into the pool of reserves of powerful nations. What can we learn from that? The key incentive and imperative beyond geopolitics is the desire to reduce costs and time spent per transaction and to transmogrify markets further into meaner and leaner machines that deliver for the average customer, be they individuals, corporates, or government. The same kind of innovations have been seen in the depository infrastructure, and we are most likely to see even more. The IMF a few days ago rolled out its expectations, and I'll be done in a second, for the global market. The IMF, of course, projects that the world may escape a global recession, but growth across economies will slow down considerably. World output growth has been reviewed downward to 2.8%. The US economy is expected to grow at 1.4%, while the Eurozone will manage a mere 0.8%. China is expected to grow at a disappointing 4%, while India will surge ahead, of course, as the fastest growing large economy in the world with 6.2%, which is actually also, it was reviewed down a little bit, slightly. Nigeria is expected to manage a mere 3% growth rate, despite our urgent need and desire for faster growth. South Africa is expected to grow at 1%, while the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will grow at 3%. These numbers are not encouraging, and if we wish to defy this kind of projections, there's a need to start acting differently. I'm saying this because the aim of this conference is to transform economies. Therefore, you have a big job on your hand. Financial markets come to the rescue by upping the ante in their developmental functions. So, I say that whereas most of the GCC countries which are in the Middle East, including some of the North American countries, seem to have it, they are on a good trajectory. But of course, here in Africa, we will need whatever magic you can perform to make our economies grow faster. And of course, by your facilitation of the financial market as repositories, holding on to those documents, especially digitally, and giving a lot of confidence to the market, this is very, very apposite. And I must say that I have a little experience in this. I used to be a clearing officer for a bank, actually Citizens Bank, in 1993 or 1994. And one day I found myself working with Mr. Aigimokwede, who was an executive in GT Bank, but he had come because the executive GT Bank, they would always come to the clearinghouse. We did physical clearing those days in CBN. He had come for a week to see what was going on. I was very proud to be working with him in that week. Therefore, it will mean, transforming economies will mean developing diversified economies and getting involved in global value chains with elevated value-added products and services and not mere crops and crude minerals. Transformation will mean recalibrating our financial markets infrastructure to deliver for our people, our companies, and even our government. We wish to assure all of us here the full support, cooperation, and collaboration of the federal government of Nigeria in this noble quest,
and also emphasize that you are all welcome to having further deliberations that will make this quest a reality. I wish us all fruitful deliberation in the 2 days discussion with phenomenal agreements, discussions, and results to be achieved. Thank you all for listening.
Dr. Fashwa, could we ask you to please wait behind, please? Yes, please. AMEDA would like to make a presentation to you, and I would like to invite the gentleman making that presentation, Mr. Osama Mohi Eldin, the Commercial Counsel for the Egyptian Embassy. We would also like to ask the AMEDA Chairman to please join him, and the AMEDA Vice Chairman, please join him as well on the stage. After the presentation, we would like to make sure we have a photo opportunity. Please put your hands together for them as they come up. Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abdin and Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri.
Great speech, thank you. We will all give it to you.
For the Vice President, right?
Yes.
This is a presentation to the Vice President, but Dr. Topa Fashwa is standing to receive it on his behalf as his representative here today. Thank you, gentlemen. Please extend our warmest greetings and regards to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a real treat. Our next speaker is quite a phenomenal one. Over the last few decades, I've watched him work hand in hand with governments. You know, when politicians gather and people come out to speak to them who are not in politics, usually there's a lot of praise singing. But this is one man that I found knows how to speak truth to power with audacity and still a healthy mix of humility. He is no stranger to most people in the financial sector, as the story of banking and finance in Nigeria cannot truly be told and told completely without mentioning his strong strides in Access Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, he is proficient in English, but legend has it the first language he spoke was money. And he's quite a phenomenal mind to listen to. I'd urge you to give your full attention to him as he speaks. He is not a sit-in-the-box type of speaker. He speaks from his heart, and that sometimes goes against the grain, but it's always a phenomenal thought. He is the founder and chairman of the Tenjin Family Home, founder and chairman of Coronation Holdings and their affiliates. He is the chairman of Access Holdings. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Aigboje Aig Imokwede.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Ike. Alaji Kwaranga, it's a nice feeling when they elevate the microphone for you. The Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, well represented by my younger brother, Dr. Fashwa. The Chairman, AMEDA, Abdallah. Vice Chairman, AMEDA, Haruna Jallo Waziri. Senior officials of government, of course, including the federal government of Nigeria, senior stakeholders of capital markets across Africa, but of course, I should also mention my home country, Nigeria, the NGX group, very well represented by Group Chairman, Group CEO, delegates at this most important conference, and AMEDA members. Your Excellencies and esteemed guests, it is a profound honor to address you today at this important gathering of Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, even though I don't get to wear the fancy microphone that was reserved for capital market infrastructure providers. I'm speaking on the subject which was, I think, picked by Jallo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. I will confess that it is this conference that made me understand what the acronym AMEDA means. And I had to do some studies and research about AMEDA. And I liked what I found. First of all, you are 2 decades old. And AMEDA serves as the pivotal umbrella association for Central Securities Depositories, clearing houses, and market infrastructure providers across 30 nations in Africa and, of course, the Middle East. Now, what is very important is that the founders of AMEDA were very visionary, and they recognized that Africa and Middle Eastern countries are united by shared geopolitical and economic interests, share historical and cultural ties, and therefore, on the back of this, could form a formidable bloc for collective action. So AMEDA actually is a platform for action, a platform for what I would call self-interested action. And that is why you've gathered in Nigeria to discuss how to further your interests, and by virtue of the regions that you represent, Africa and Middle Eastern interests. The Arabian Peninsula and the African continent share a lot of history. For instance, we share traditions, languages, religious practices. Your president, the first thing he learned when he came to Nigeria is Omo Iya, and he has been repeating it to me and everybody since. And I am very touched by that. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMEDA banner, driven by a singular mission: to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. So this address is designed to stimulate the thoughts of the experts who are members of AMEDA. But it's also designed to do something. And perhaps, indeed, you may pick up from this yourselves. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody. And capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity. The VUCA reality, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity actually presents a pivotal moment. The status quo is bound to be disrupted one way or the other. That is a given. Which way you sit or stand in this disruption is very much going to be up to you. In this transformative landscape, Africa and the Middle East must not remain passive observers. We have the potential to harness this inflection point and emerge as the next frontier of global finance. However, to realize this potential, we must acknowledge a fundamental truth. Robust financial market infrastructure is actually the cornerstone of 21st century financial markets and the foundation upon which the sustainable growth of financial markets, particularly capital markets, is being built across the world. So financial market infrastructure, the exchanges, the CSDs are no longer silent engines driving capital flows. They are now the anchors of market confidence and bridges facilitating international investment. Just imagine for 1 second that for one reason or the other, global trading in financial markets stops. If you think COVID was a problem, it would be of monumental consequence. And if not addressed immediately, could actually lead to actions that would defy our understanding of how human beings relate socially and in other ways. So market infrastructure is not something to be trifled with. Now, on the, let us say, demystification front, financial market infrastructure encompasses systems, institutions, and mechanisms. So it's not just technology, and it's not just technology that is sitting somewhere where Haruna Jallo Waziri has a nice office. It's about systems, it's about institutions, it's about mechanisms that underpin a smooth outcome. So at the end of the day, they are judged by the outcome. Yes, of course, cutting-edge technology is involved. Yes, of course, the smartest people you can imagine are involved. Yes, of course, policy and regulation is involved. But at the end of the day, the impact is judged simply by what? How many people have access to use these markets that the infrastructure is there to serve? How many institutions? How many products? How is the frequency of transactions? What is the count of transactions? That is the measure of the success of that which you do. As you can imagine, payment systems, and Tokwe mentioned that, are probably what we are used to. At one time, you maybe heard a clearing instrument called a check, and you actually wondered how checks that were exchanged across the world were cleared, etc., etc. Now, if you imagine that we have moved from that reality to one where in bits of seconds, value between one person and the other is exchanged on securities that sometimes actually never have a physical backing of any sort. That is a derivative of a derivative, for instance. That is the thing that these markets provide. And when you begin to think about stability, you think about risk and volatility and things like that, which in the current context of the world that we live in have become very topical. You can see why financial market infrastructure can actually calm nerves when some of our more, what would I say, our more adventurous, say, political leaders tend to go off in different directions that spook the markets. Against this background, I want to show and illustrate to you how financial market infrastructure is changing the world. I'm not saying somebody else, was once a believer that the retail investor could not set a market price. I'm not talking about the price in our local markets where, yes, we can buy mangoes. I'm simply talking about stocks. And that actually was the prevalent economic understanding in finance. Some of you here know that. The market maker and the market price could not be set by the individual retail investor. Today, financial market infrastructure has fundamentally altered the relationship between retail and institutional investors, challenging that long-held belief that small investors lack the power to influence markets. They do now. It is this very financial market infrastructure that has compelled even the most conservative and traditional policymaker to acknowledge digital assets. That's basically crypto assets, in a more polite context, as legitimate asset classes. So you begin to see and understand that financial market infrastructure is going to, over time, actually upend our total understanding of how markets work, what is value, how is wealth created, how is wealth stored and held. And therefore, those who lead in financial market innovation, who lead in financial market practice mechanisms, can leapfrog from where they are today, where they may be relevant or not that relevant in the global financial system, and become very, very relevant in the future. A recent McKinsey report on financial data and market infrastructure highlights the substantial growth and strategic importance of FMIs. From 2019 to 2023, the financial market infrastructure FMI sector achieved a compound growth rate of 17% in shareholder returns. So financial market infrastructure is no longer this aspect of an economy where you are measuring the size of transactions alone. The value is seeping down into the system whereby they are appropriating returns in profits that are of significant 17% year-on-year annualized returns is not a mean feat for any sector in the world. And therefore, it shows you that the providers of this market infrastructure are satisfying a surging demand for robust, secure, and scalable market stability. During this period, the sector experienced $185 billion in mergers and acquisitions, along with a revenue in 2023 alone of $278 billion. In summary, financial market infrastructure serves not only as a foundational element for the effective operation of financial markets, but now even as a place to go and make phenomenal wealth as an investor, as a sector to play in, just as you would think of oil and gas and so on. So within this framework, Central Securities Depositories, CSDs, play an essential and a very vital role, which has been well described, and I will not repeat. But what I need to stress is this. What CSDs that impress me today are doing is that they are actually affecting the liquidity of the markets. They are actually affecting the depth and penetration of the market. Probably, and maybe that is what the CEO of the exchange group was talking about. More importantly than exchanges, it is what the CSD does that makes millions of retail investors come into the market. It's what the CSC does that removes the risks that are attached to frontier market, emerging market, and makes those who look at Nigeria or throw a stone in Africa and reach any other geography, says that market is too risky. And so, CSDs are indispensable components of the broader financial market infrastructure, underpinning its stability, fostering efficiency, and enabling innovation. Efforts to enhance market infrastructure in the Middle East are increasingly opening the securities market to both foreign and domestic investors. Enhanced market infrastructure and accompanying reforms in the Gulf Cooperative Council states are attracting foreign investors at a very impressive rate. And I know this. In the past 5 years, my participation either in reform efforts in Nigeria or actually in the efforts to, enhance my limited, bank account value, has seen me launch a number of financial infrastructure projects. And a lot of what we have done, either from a reform standpoint or from a new venture standpoint, was based on studies of what's the best thing happening in the world. And I've studied in this area personally, nothing less than 60 countries at a very deep level. And the surprising thing I found was that when I was looking for exemplars, and by exemplars, I look for companies, when I make investments, I look for where am I going to learn from? Where is it that the secret sauce can be found? And I found that many instances, the secret sauce was in the Gulf. And that is why I'm going to give you some figures. You begin to understand that foreign direct investment into Saudi Arabia and the UAE is hitting record highs. Billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. So you think of these markets as just, okay, there's outward flow of investments, but the huge amount of inward flow of investment is staggering. In the MENA region, in 2022, 51 IPOs, $22 billion raised. Saudi Arabia recently established a CCP that has enabled the introduction of derivatives which are being traded. We have CCPs here, but we don't have trades taking place. In the UAE, the Securities and Commodities Authority is actively working to elevate the standards of local exchanges, including the Dubai Financial Market and the Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange, ADX. In 2023, the UAE was ranked as the top emerging market in the MENA region and third globally. In Oman, in Bahrain, where Abdallah is from, activities are taking place which are strengthening the connections between clearing, settlement, Central Securities Depository Systems. In Bahrain, I understand that have you done it? Introducing digital account opening. It's done, okay? And e-voting at company annual general meetings as a legal requirement now. So it's not a good to have. It is now a legal requirement that if I'm a member of a company, I can vote at the AGM digitally. I don't need to attend the AGM. Again, understand what I mean by saying to you that market infrastructure puts power in the hands of the retail investor in ways that you cannot imagine. Now, because I've spent time on international financial centers of recent, and over the past 3 years or thereabouts, and I've worked very closely with, as a member or chair of Enterprise NGR, which is an advocacy group in our sector, worked very closely with the governor of Lagos State and the government of Lagos State on the Lagos International Financial Center project. And what we've learned is that the way the world is leapfrogging is countries concentrate their minds on ensuring that a city in that country can rank within the hallowed ranking of what is deemed to be an international financial center. And international financial centers are very, very dependent on the capacity of the financial market infrastructure within those international financial centers. So you will see the correlation between the progress that Gulf financial market infrastructure improvements is making with its progress or their progress in countries in the Gulf as international financial centers. The Dubai International Financial Center reported revenues of $485 million in 2024. I'm saying the Dubai International Financial Center, the center, in terms of the services it provides to the financial market infrastructure providers, to intermediaries and companies that are coming there to register. The revenues generated by the center, $485 million in 2024, a 37% increase over the previous year. The Abu Dhabi global market recorded a 32% rise in company registrations, attracting hedge funds, family offices, venture capital firms, and of course, within this veritable market is a need for financial market infrastructure. Now, in contrast, and in this case, I'm echoing the words of a representative of our government, so you won't say that it's Agbuja. Where is that I compare? Who said that I speak truth to? This is what government said before me. In contrast, the pace of progress in Africa is considerably slower. And it's not a lack of expertise. And it's not a lack of rulemaking. It's not a lack of readiness to reform. But I told you, at the end of the day, you measure financial market infrastructure by the results, not by how great the project launching it is. So we still suffer a lack of depth. We still suffer stunted growth. We still suffer stunted penetration. 200,000, 300,000 people make our market. Yet, on the back of the financial market infrastructure provided for Nigerians in digital assets, guess how many Nigerians play in that market? I think at last count about 15 million, making us probably the second or third most active digital asset set of retail investors in the world. So you can begin to understand how, if we get it right, we transform so much. And our relevance becomes so important. So this raises a critical question for AMEDA. Are you stewards of transformation? Will Africa be left behind as the global markets and our financial systems undergo reconfiguration? As previously mentioned, geopolitical realignments, digital disruption, and shifting capital flows offer opportunities for countries to reposition themselves as attractive investment destinations. The same high-quality infrastructure, real-time settlement status, and standardized digital technology protocols that are transforming the Middle East are precisely what will catalyze similar transformation in Africa. Over the past decade, GCC countries from the Middle East, have collectively invested over $100 billion in Africa, not in our financial markets. UAC, 60 billion. Saudi Arabia, 25 billion. Qatar, 7.2 billion. So, obviously, the MENA region is prepared to invest in Africa. These investments signify a new economic partnership, a new geopolitical arrangement between Africa and the Middle East, and affirm the vision and foresight of AMEDA's founders. So the necessity for strong collaboration amongst AMEDA members to tap into what is taking place at a geopolitical level, at a maybe wider level, to develop in Africa as partners, as investors, as shareholders, as operators, the African capital markets is paramount. As we navigate the complexities of an increasingly interconnected global economy, our collective efforts will be critical in fostering sustainable growth and resilience within our financial ecosystems. AMEDA members, you must pool resources. You must share best practices. You must leverage each member's unique strengths. AMEDA, and this is why I said at the beginning of my presentation that I didn't know the acronym, but having gone and studied it, I understood the power and the transformative nature of your platform and your umbrella. You can drive innovation and transform Africa, not just for Africans, but also for members of your region. This collaborative approach will not only empower individual member states, but will also create a new world where AMEDA, where the Middle East and Africa represent a strong bloc for economic development. Let us commence these 2 days with an open mind, but with courage and readiness for Africa and the Middle East to become truly the new and most powerful kids on the global capital markets block. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you to wait behind, sir. I'm sorry. I'd like to ask you to wait behind. I've just been informed that there's a brief presentation that the Vice Chairman of AMEDA, CEO CSCS, would like to make to you. Please make welcome Mr. Haruna Jallow-Waziri, accompanied by the Chairman AMEDA, as they make a presentation to Mr. Agboje Aigi-Mokwede. I told you he's no stranger to speaking truth to power, so AMEDA, I'm not surprised that he came with words of counsel and advice as well to you. One of the reasons why I particularly like him is most people have ideas for government and for establishments how to fix things. Do this, do that, change this, change that. But he isn't just full of ideas, he's also one of those who rolls up his sleeves and puts his hand to the plow. His foundation, the Aigi-Mokwede Foundation, sponsors education for government officials abroad in the most estimable of universities, and so far I think they're into the hundreds in terms of people they've sponsored. So it's easy to stand back and say, oh, the civil service should do this and the civil servant should be more like this or more like that, but his foundation makes an effort to make sure that they have the best minds to do it. So I really appreciate that about him. Please put your hands together one more time. Could we have the chairman of NGX and the CEO, the GCEO, please join us for this photo? This is a very powerful photo. Strong minds, strong men. Can we have the representative of the Vice President, Dr. Fashua, please join us? Thank you. Mrs. Aisha Rimi, if you would join us as well. The Executive Secretary of the NIPC. Thank you. Yes, and also, we needed some beauty in the mix. Yes. Could I have Mr. Bola Jomale and the Permanent Secretary please join us? Thank you so much. Please join us, please. A quick photo opportunity and then we will continue very quickly. After this photo, I was going to call her to the stage anyway, so I'm going to ask her to remain on the stage while all the other gentlemen after the photo exit. And hopefully she'll use the chance to market Nigeria to some of you who are here. Photographers, 10 seconds more. 10, 9, I think we're good. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Please put your hands together one more time for Mr. Agboje Aigi-Mokwede for that phenomenal speech. As you make welcome from the Nigerian Investment Protection Commission, NIPC, Commission, Commission. Please put your hands together for the Executive Secretary, Aisha Rimi, as she comes to say a few words. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you.
I'm glad I don't have to adjust this very much. So, good afternoon, everyone, and to our friends from the Middle East, marhaba. And in case you're wondering or you're thinking this is an afterthought, I think they just saved the best for last. They realized there were too many men. So, but I am an afterthought. So it means that I actually don't have a speech prepared. I don't have speaking notes. But I think one of the worst things you can do is actually give a lawyer a microphone. A lawyer who has now morphed into this role of being the chief, no, not the chief, I'm sorry, Mr. President is the chief. I am the vice chief marketing officer for the country. So I will try as much as possible to keep this to 2 or 3 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for being here. Oh, I'm sorry, it's still morning. Thank you very much for being here this morning. As I was sitting there listening to all the presentations this morning, some of the things that some speakers have said resonated with me. So, you know, I heard about regional integration, and it might interest people to know that as head of NIPC, which is Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, the country's investment promotion agency, I actually sit as the head of the investment promotion agencies of West African states, what is left of ECOWAS. I heard talks about inclusive business, and we're actually working on an inclusive business policy because we understand the importance of incorporating youth and women into the business ecosystem. I also heard talks about policy advocacy. But I think let me just go back one step and actually talk about the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission and what it is that we do. We are the investment promotion agency of the country, and so when you hear all this talk about investment, whether it's foreign portfolio investments or foreign direct investments, we are that agency. We are the implementation agency. We monitor, we track, we promote, we facilitate, we assist investors. We do whatever it takes to make sure that investors have it as seamless as possible when coming into Nigeria or actually doing business in Nigeria. So we're also very intentional and very focused on working with domestic investors because we think it's very important that retention is not overlooked as we go on this marketing drive all around the world. So when people see me say, oh, I saw you in South Korea, I saw you in Japan, I'm like, yeah, but you didn't see me when I was standing in a market in Kebbi or looking in a factory in Enugu. So we're all over the place. We do whatever it takes, and we make sure that we support our investors. So the NIPC has 6 regional offices around the country. We also have a one-stop investment center, which some may or may not know, but we actually have government agencies housed in one location. And the whole idea is to be able to support investors who come in to register their businesses, apply for their licenses, business permits, quotas, whatever it takes. So like I said, we have 17 different government agencies, and it's growing by the day. We also have very active investor relations and promotions departments, as well as a policy and advocacy department. So when I think it was Haruna was talking about the regulators and policies and stuff, we actually advocate on behalf of those investors who come through our doors seeking assistance. We mediate where it's necessary, and like I said, we're here to support. We do have a booth here today. It's manned by some officers. Jane is sitting in the audience, but there's also somebody standing out there. But our job, like I said, is to promote, to facilitate, to assist investors. But I think I would also just like to end by saying thank you to everyone who has made an effort to be here today. It's very interesting to hear about Haruna was talking about blockchain and AI and stuff, and I was writing on paper. I was like, hide your paper and pull out an iPad and at least try and look like you're digitally transformed. But then Igoje came up with paper, and I thought, perfect. That's who we are, that's what we do, and like Haruna said, we work collaboratively with private sector because we are, for all intents and purposes, that bridge between public and private sector. So we're reachable, we're accessible, and we're happy to support. Thank you very much.
Let me help you down. Please put your hands together for her one more time. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll see more involvement from the Nigerian Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. We might even pull you into 1 or 2 of our panels since we have you here. But I'll take permission before I do that. I won't put you on the spot. Okay, we've heard from players in the depositories industry. We've heard from people from AMEDA. We've heard from brilliant minds like Agboje Agimokwede. We've heard from goodwill messages from the government. It's time to hear from our regulator. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome on behalf of his DG, coming to speak for Dr. Emomotimi Agama. Please make welcome the Executive Commissioner Operations for the SEC, Mr. Bola Ajawale. Please put your hands together for him properly. This is our regulator now, so it's an appraisal issue.
Morning, which one do I use? Morning? Can you hear me? No, no. I'll just use this one. Mr. Igwokode, we have to stop meeting like this. This is not the first time I'm speaking after you, and I have problems with the mic. We've got to stop doing this. Good morning, everyone. I'm here representing the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, a person much taller with a much louder voice. So forgive me. Dr. Fashua, representing the Vice President of the country, very good to see you again. The President and Vice President of AMEDA, thank you for having us. And my colleagues in the industry, both past and present, co-regulators, as well as operators of the market. Thank you very much for putting this conference together and attending this conference. I shall read as the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission wanted to deliver. Unfortunately, he got called away to another assignment, but he shall be here tomorrow. So in the meantime, I'll read his words. I will speak in my own voice later on. He says, "It is a pleasure to welcome you to Lagos, Nigeria for the prestigious Africa and Middle East Depositories Association Conference, AMEDA. On behalf of the SEC, I extend our deepest appreciation to AMEDA and the CSCS PLC for organizing this important gathering focused on a truly timely theme of shaping the future financial markets and infrastructures as catalysts for transforming economies. We live in an era of accelerated transformation technologically, economically, and geopolitically. Financial markets are no longer passive mechanisms of capital allocation, but active agents of national development, regional integration, and global competitiveness. Market infrastructures such as clearinghouses, depositories, trading platforms, and surveillance systems form the invisible backbone of this transformation. And as Mr. Agumokode has just said, it's no longer an invisible enabler, it's actually an investment vehicle in itself. Without their efficiency, security, and innovation, the market cannot fulfill its promise in delivering excellent performance. In Nigeria, we are committed to building a capital market that is resilient, inclusive, transparent, and fit for the future. The vision is supported, of course, by our president, who recently signed a new law into being, the Investment and Securities Act 2025. This replaces the Investment and Securities Act of 2007. So the last time we had, I would say, an up-to-date Investment and Securities Act was probably like 18 years ago. This is a landmark achievement. It expands our regulatory powers. It enhances investor protection. It also recognizes frameworks for new asset classes, and there's been a lot of speak about digital assets. Well, it's now been signed into law that all crypto activity, all digital assets now fall under the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and it is recognized as a capital market instrument. So that's a massive change in the way we see market instruments. Before, there was a time when Nigeria used to assess itself. If you said, what's the size of the capital market, you would easily just go to the Nigerian Stock Exchange and just look at what's the size, what's the capitalization of the market for that particular day. But now, this act has enabled us to look at every single investment instrument as part of the capital market. For the first time, we have a legal and institutional framework that's not only reactive to existing realities, but proactive and looking into the future. Among its many forward-looking features is strengthening oversight, even of the market infrastructures, reinforcing the fight against illegal investment schemes, and enabling the SEC to collaborate with other regulators across borders, especially through mechanisms like the MOU of the IOSCO. Furthermore, Section 123 of the ISA has introduced the concept of a legal entity identifier as a mandatory mechanism in any securities transaction. So again, we're building transparency within the system. And I'm happy to know that the CSCS is actually leading in that fight to ensure that there is transparency behind every transaction. The introduction of LEIs also provides for systemic risk management, a critical priority in today's interconnected markets as Nigeria and indeed Africa move towards cross-border transactions and integration. Legislation alone is not enough. We must ensure that the infrastructures that underpin our markets are digitally advanced, robust, and future-ready. And this is why we at SEC are embarking on a bold digital transformation journey that includes the development of real-time market surveillance tools, expanded investor data systems, and innovation-enabling frameworks that support the emergence of credible alternative asset classes. Ladies and gentlemen, as regulators, operators, innovators, our shared responsibility is to ensure our financial markets are not just growing, but transformational. The Africa and Middle East regions, while historically underrepresented in global finance, we're now gaining momentum, and I think that has been a theme that has continued throughout the discussions that have gone on this morning. And we're beginning to become the frontier of innovation and the future of global growth. So through events like this, we strengthen our ability to collaborate, to harmonize, and to speak with one united voice. I therefore congratulate AMEDA and CSCS for their impressive work in bringing us all together and curating an agenda that touches on the most critical issues of our time. I urge participants to make the most of tomorrow, today and tomorrow, share ideas, challenge assumptions, and forge partnerships that will forge and shape the future that we want to build. Again, welcome you to Nigeria. And I'll just say that welcome to the most vibrant city in West Africa. So thank you very much. Signed, Dr. Emomotimi Agama.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for him one more time. Don't worry, our mics are going to all function well now. That was the work of your political enemies, sir. All right. That was a joke. All right, we're going to move on to our very first panel, but while they're setting that up, I'd like to quickly acknowledge the presence of someone here with us. Please put your hands together for the Special Advisor to the President on Trade, Industry, and Investment, Mr. John Uwajumogu. Thank you so much for making our time to be here, and we're going to have him up shortly as one of our panelists and speakers. Okay, so that will happen in a moment. But now it's time for a panel session. And this is going to be talking about the capital market and using it as an engine for economic growth. You know, how can we expand the access, increase the access that SMEs have to the capital market? How can we bring about the kind of innovation that we saw at the NGX recently that brought the youth market into, buying of shares through apps and phones, increasing access and inclusion for people? How can we bring innovation that makes it more viable, easier access, slower delay, less delays in terms of realizing what you're purchasing and all of that? And we have a phenomenal team coming to do this discussion. First of all, let me introduce our moderator, who is a partner for transaction advisory services at Ernst & Young EY. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Damilola Aloba as he comes up to take up his position In the interest of speed, while he's coming up, I'm just going to call up his panel. He'll speak to them again when he's sat. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome virtually joining us from MKK, CEO and board member of Makerzi Kayet Istanbul, Dr. Ekrem Arikan. Please put your hands together. Dr. Arikan will be joining us virtually. Also joining us, ladies and gentlemen, and physically, please put your hands together for Executive Commissioner Operations for the Security Exchange Commission, who is just speaking with us. Please put your hands together for Mr. Bola Ajomale. While he comes up, please join us to welcome the co-founder and COO of Bamboo, Ms. Yambo Omorube. She comes to join us as a part of our panel. And as she makes her way, please put your hands together for the head capital markets from Montreal. Please put your hands together for Mr. Miguel Espinoza.
How are you? I didn't actually take the mic.
Once more, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to our moderator. It is your panel. I will ask, I don't think he'll be taking questions at the end of it, but if you do choose to take questions from the crowd, please accommodate that into the time that you have allotted. You will find your timer on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ike. And good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to permit me to stand on existing protocols. So welcome to this timely and highly impactful session on capital markets as engines of economic transformation. Indeed, the capital market plays a vital role in any thriving economy. They fuel innovation, support entrepreneurship, deepen financial inclusion, and indeed are instruments in mobilizing long-term capital and also sustainable development. So today we have very distinguished panelists and thought leaders on the panel, and we'll be engaging them. Where is the NGX Group CEO? Okay. All right, because he's meant to be on the panel, but he doesn't have a seat here. I wonder. So, Ike, if you don't mind, the NGX Group CEO, I believe he's meant to be on the panel, so I can't see any provision for him as well. All right. So we have very distinguished panelists here. I don't need to repeat their names. But while we're waiting for the Group CEO of NGX, let me face Mr. Bola Ajomale, who is the Executive Commissioner at the Securities Exchange Commission. And my question to him will be for him to tell us what specific initiatives or reforms the Securities and Exchange Commission is implementing to ease capital market access for Nigerian SMEs and startups, particularly in the light of the listing requirements, the costs, and investor education that we find today.
Okay. Again, I'm not sure this mic is.
I think it's
the right one
audible.
to use. I think we should just pass the mic around.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
No, it's working.
I think it's working now.
Yep.
I can hear you.
I'll fix it. It'll be live. Okay, so thanks. And we are of the general belief and understanding that SMEs employ at least 80% of the young people in the country. I say we're of the understanding because the data just isn't there as it should be. So one of the first things we're doing is trying to encourage the collation of data in an organized manner. We're reaching out to SMEDAN, for example, and working very, very closely with them to even assemble the data that allows us to know what sizes we're seeing. We're working with all the institutions that we can find, including LCC, and I'll tell you some of the initiatives we're doing, each one of them. But we're working with every single outlet that we see that has anything to do with small and medium-scale businesses. In fact, what we then did was created an office of small business advocacy in the SEC, and what that office does is it actually engages with the small businesses on their various platforms and sees what their problems are and tries to ease the problems, gives them advice as to how they can go about raising capital, and intercedes for them, especially with on the side of capital raise and interaction with institutions. Of course, many small businesses are not going to be going out to the banks first and foremost. They first of all will be trying to organize themselves into cooperatives, and we're also supporting that. Again, another step we have taken is to encourage crowdfunding, especially for the agribusinesses. Registration of crowdfunding has gone on. We've got 6 crowdfunding intermediaries registered right now at the SSC. However, even though it's one thing to create the platforms and to create the opportunities, it's another thing for it to be subscribed. And what we have seen is, even though we've created 6 crowdfunding intermediaries, we have not seen the activity that we thought we would see from those who are seeking capital. So again, there's a disconnect there that we're studying. We're working with IFC, AFDB, and other multilaterals to also build frameworks that will support the SMEs. So we're working at various levels. Another thing that we think is a direct impact is working through the exchanges. Now, you mentioned the cost and the restrictions in the rules. What we have done is we've empowered the various exchanges to be able to create specialized growth-oriented boards that support smaller companies. At least the 3 major securities exchanges have each got boards that support growth companies, and we're encouraging that as well, listening, engaging, interacting with the various points to make sure we hear them and we keep our rules and regulations as not fluid, but keep them as open as possible to be able to accommodate the various interests.
Thank you very much. I like the part of engagements and interactions and also data gathering to be up to date. We'll come back to that. But let me move to Yamo. So Yamo, from your vantage point at Bamboo, how is technology practically lowering barriers to entry and reshaping how young and retail Africans engage with capital markets? And what behavioral shifts do you think are you seeing in this new wave of investors?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for having me. That's an interesting question. I think if you even heard earlier from the speech that Mr. Agimekwede gave, that retail investors in general, the power of retail investors are growing. You know, from Bamboo, we've observed that technology is significantly reducing the barriers to entry for young and retail investors in Africa. So at Bamboo, we focused on providing a very, very user-friendly experience. So right from being able to do KYC, get onboarded, start trading, open an investment account right from your phone, we've reduced a lot of the friction and a lot of the barriers to entry that previously existed for young investors. So what we've seen on Bamboo over the past 5 years is that over half of our investors are first-time investors, and over 80% of our investors are under 40. We've also seen a big shift towards like fractional investing and micro investing, especially over the past 3 years. So when we first started, our first crop of investors were probably the more what you would expect from who wants to invest in the stock market. But particularly over the last 3 years, we've seen a shift towards micro and fractional investing, showing that retail investors are getting more confident and are also trying to be more engaged, and there's a desire to learn. So you see people who we have a big education bit as a lot of the work we do, so you see people actually implementing the things that they've learned. And we focus on simplicity and education, so that empowers our users to actually make informed investment decisions. And so you then see a growing community of investors that are more engaged, more financially literate, and they're proactive. So that's actually a big thing. Young retail investors now are a lot more proactive at trying to manage their portfolios. They're actually tracking, trying to stay abreast of the situation. And this trend indicates positive transformation, I believe, in how young Africans are perceiving the markets and how much they're willing to participate in the markets, which is a positive indication for long-term growth.
Thank you very much. Let me move to Miguel. So as someone who works in the intersection of global capital systems, where do you see the most pressing infrastructure gaps in African markets? And which upgrades would most accelerate efficiency, trust, and cross-border investment flows, in your view?
Okay. First of all, I think officially good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure for me to be here, and really thankful with AMEDA and CSCS. So going back to the question, maybe before we get into the details of what's missing from a regional perspective, I think it's quite relevant what it's happened first of all locally. Locally, from our point of view, again, we are solution providers, so we are helping different sectors and industries into the capital markets area. But as it was mentioned, for instance, for Bamboo, bringing those user experience capabilities to retail side and so on, so that's quite relevant. That's something that we see all across Africa. There are now new initiatives, again, either driven by fintechs or even directly could be by stock exchanges or well-known brokers or dealers and so on. So basically, now that's something that it's quite relevant and it's having a lot of traction. But in the end, I think it was said today, one of the keynote speakers mentioned today, that at some point, okay, that's the trading side. Okay, I can buy, sell, which I would say that nowadays, especially post-crypto frenzy, let's say, everybody kind of know, okay, you can buy and sell, and then you know that at some point you will get the something in your account. Maybe you can see something there. But a lot of people don't necessarily know or care what's happening behind the scenes. And it was interesting, the word that it was used today. It was that magic, okay? So when we are talking about, and I find it quite interesting because even for the future now I'm thinking, because I've been trying to explain certain even colleagues, friends, okay, what do you do on the post-trade? And now I have a nice word. It will be that magic that it's happening. And indeed, it's quite hard to understand all the different steps. And of course, we have risks. We have, it's not only about settlement, we have clearing and all the different partners. So definitely there's a lot of need of collaboration to make sure that all those players, including the regulator, because if the regulator, I know, again, I've been to several conferences where everybody blames the regulator, so it's good to have you here. But in some cases for the regulator as well, they don't necessarily want to close all the doors too tight so nobody can enter. They need to leave some, but whenever they leave it too open, then they will complain, oh, but who's taking control and who's giving that assurance that things are moving properly. So and now going back again to the question regarding what are the main trends, and especially regionally, again, it's interoperability. Because when we are talking about integration, there's a lot of need. And unfortunately, I wouldn't say necessarily even regionally, but locally. Even within certain markets, there's still a lack of STP. By that, I mean the straight-through processing, the direct communication between the applications. And even if that's in place, there's a problem actually defining the details of, okay, what standard are we using, how do we communicate, and so on. So I think interoperability is one of the key elements.
Interoperability, that's key. Thank you, Miguel. Can we move to Dr. Arikan, the CEO of MKK? Dr. Arikan is on the screen, joining us from Turkey. Dr. Arikan, can you hear me very well? Okay, so Turkey has made significant progress in using its Central Securities Depository to drive transparency, investor confidence, investor trust, and market participation. So what specific strategies or technologies were more or most instrumental, and how did they support access for retail and institutional investors alike?
such my execute not there. I was planning physically to attend the organization, people organization actually, in Nigeria, but moreover than the meetings of
Dr. Ari, can hold on a second. Can you please help the multimedia team? Can you please help maybe fine-tune the audio so that we can hear Dr. Arikan clearly?
By the way, I told that it is slowly the problem.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Slightly better, I think. So you can go ahead, please.
Okay, first of all, hi to everyone and please accept my apologies. Because actually I was planning to attend the organization physically in Nigeria, but unfortunately the change of plan, some extraordinary things, tomorrow we will have a company general meeting in Istanbul. The corporate governance services for us, and we are producing new products and services for corporate governance services, for corporate governance needs of companies and the markets, like transparency platform, the public disclosure platform, for example, and for general meeting solution and the board meeting solution. We are grouping all these kind of things under corporate governance services. And the fourth one is investor services. Of course, we are doing lots of things for investors, but we are receiving it as a separate service kind. We are producing some investor products. For example, we have an e-investor solution. All investors can find all their registries under that product in capital markets, in product markets, in crowdfunding system, and all other registries.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Arikan. We are.
I just want to add just 2 sentences. Since we are keeping all the data investor-based, actually, we are using all these products to increase the market transparency, market accessibility, with all data services to all the companies, to all investors, and to all market actors, actually. And I can give another example also for example, for the general meeting solution. All local and international investors can access even to general meetings and be implemented for even for other markets and OECD.
Dr. Arikan, thank you for your time. We'll still come back to you. We still have a couple more questions for you. Thank you for the insights you shared and how, Turkey is advancing using its Central Securities Depository. Let me go back to Yamo. And again, it will be good to learn more about, what those specific regulatory reforms would be, or market infrastructure improvements, or cross-border frameworks that would enable platforms like Bamboo to scale responsibly while still protecting investor interests, investor trust, and protecting and maintaining investor trust. Okay, did you get the question?
Yeah, I think so. So tell me if I'm off. But yeah, generally, I think it's generally acknowledged that rapid fintech advancement generally demands equally agile regulation to make sure that investors are protected while also, fostering growth. Like my co-panelist said, yes, the regulators tighten up, but not so tight that, growth doesn't happen and innovation can happen. So to scale responsibly and maintain investor trust, generally I think the markets would benefit from regulatory reforms that promote transparency and collaboration. Because it's always helpful to understand exactly what is the regulation, what needs to be happening, know what the rules are. I always say that regulators put guardrails on innovation. So yes, grow, but grow responsibly. So clear guidelines for fintech operations and also fostering open communication between both regulators and industry players will generally create a more conducive environment for growth. So we've seen the 2025 ISA has recently introduced vital reforms and has included platforms dealing in virtual assets. So we're seeing the SECs move towards more growth and more innovation and signaling a proactive regulatory environment to modernize our current regulatory framework. Looking at platforms like that, Bamboo specifically, reforms around cross-border frameworks to harmonize regulations across Africa. So, in somewhere like Bamboo, we're currently in Nigeria, we're in Ghana, we're in South Africa, we're in Kenya. It would be great if there was some sort of harmony among, what the required, even just KYC, in all the different markets are, just to help scalability. But generally, cross-border frameworks that harmonize regulation across African countries would help us scale and offer our services much quicker to a wider pool of investors. So I know the government is currently looking at the AFCFTA, and if there are ways to use AFCFTA aligned KYC and AML standards, for example, to extend across the market and keep protections uniform across these markets, and that would then enable us to open investments up to various African countries. Like I just said, we're in Nigeria, even just across Nigeria and Ghana. Today, it's not quite easy and scalable for us to get our Ghanaian investors investing in Nigeria, or vice versa. How do we make that much more seamless and much easier? So, from payments to KYC, just clearer regulations, flexible innovation channels, and regional cooperation are essential for us to scale rapidly and seamlessly while also protecting regulators.
Thank you very much, Yamo. I think the salient point, there needs to be flexibility and frameworks and regulations that help cross-border dealings, Nigeria, Ghana, including payment-related infrastructure and policies, would help scalability as it relates to businesses like Bamboo. So let me go back to our regulator, Mr. Bola Jomale. How is SEC working to deepen investor confidence and expand market participation through innovative instruments like green bonds, fintech, and what are those milestones that have been achieved so far?
Okay, so there are a couple of questions in there. But first of all, first point of contact is actually creating confidence in the system itself. And you can only do that really by properly dimensioning. You can do that by working, and just to quickly speak to your point about regulators collaborating, even if you are going to have cross-border collaboration, it tends to be diminished a bit, or the effect of it tends to be diminished a bit if you don't have consistency, even among the regulators in your own economy. Yeah. So that's the first point of contact that we have and our first focus. Not necessarily identifying a particular country where we want to have, and I heard you speak a lot about Ghana. Rather than looking directly at Ghana, what we should do is create an atmosphere and an environment where people can see Nigeria as one, and you hit the rules of Nigeria, and I think NNPC is doing a wonderful job in coalescing all the rules that exist in the financial system in Nigeria and making sure they're consistent, and then you can present that as one. So that tends to make the space a lot easier. Regarding investor confidence, a confident investor is one who is enlightened, quite frankly. If you're not enlightened, you're not a confident investor, you're a gambler. And I'm putting it as bluntly as possible. You need to find out what you're doing with your money. You need to find out where your money is going. If you do not, then what you're doing essentially is you're tossing it in a bucket and hoping that it comes back bigger than what you put in. So what we try to do is increase investor awareness. We try to educate and support. We have a huge budget for market development and education, for example. We collaborate, and in most conferences, especially where we know there are gatherings of people, what we do is we also have investor clinics where we actually showcase our operators, especially the fund managers, who are working very hard to build collective investment schemes, our brokers, who are the intermediaries, the main intermediaries with retail investors, and the registrars, who really are also a direct point of contact for the traditional instruments. We try to bring them together into the conference, make sure they have stalls where they can actually interact with the public. Indeed, I mentioned that the DG is out, he wasn't able to come today. That's because he's actually educating some women in Abuja at the moment. And that's how we prioritize building knowledge, building capacity among even investors. Now, second side to it is then to show that there are sanctions for those who are even offending. We have gone after quite a few. In the ISA, for example, we've got a rule there that sets a certain penalty, financial, and a 10-year jail term. It's now a criminal offense for you to actually defraud on the capital market. So we're continuing to build the structures that make it more costly or more punitive for you to chip away at the integrity of the market. At the same time, we're building confidence among the operators by telling them that we're listening, we're working closely with them, and if they do have any issue that they want sorted out, they can approach the SEC. There was a time when we could say that if you had an innovation or a new idea, if you took it into the SEC, it would take a certain amount of time. We have actually been extremely deliberate about reducing that time for which we consider new ideas. So what that does is it has brought up, in fact, some people have rethought ideas they brought in maybe 3 or 4 years ago, rehashed them, brought them back in, and they've received the response within a couple of weeks. So we're actually extremely quick about our responses to operators now. And that has encouraged more innovation in the market. So
Thank you
how
very
about
much.
just-
Yeah, you have a lot of investor sensitization clinics, and I think I like the ISA angle where you've made provisions, penalties indeed, punitive measures for defaulters or people that fall foul to the law. Let me move to Miguel. How can innovation in private market infrastructure, such as digital registries, real-time settlement systems, or blockchain solutions, help to modernize public markets in Africa and address legacy system challenges, based on your experience?
Sure. So when we are talking about technology, I know that, well, it's not that buzzword anymore. We're talking sometimes blockchain. We know that especially with Bitcoin, it became like a really interesting for everyone. And then now it's how we can use it. But before actually we can focus in technologies, or either it's legacy or traditional or blockchain, I think it's focusing on the model. What are we trying to do with the technology? Because that's the key element. Like, for instance, from Babu, it was clear, okay, we are having challenges trying for an investor in Ghana to do some investment in Nigeria or Kenya. So we need to identify those challenges. And then from a solution provider point of view, it's not necessarily what technology should be used. There are many options how to bridge that. But of course, there are limitations at regulation. I agree there's a lot of harmonization issues, because even if you want to do KYC, what if you have to do KYC here or in Kenya or in Nigeria or South Africa? They have, each one of them have different rules and so on and so forth. And with that in mind, once we look at what are the challenges and what are the opportunities, not only for the investors but also for the market players, then we can bring those advantages. Because I can tell you, when we are talking, you were mentioning real-time payments. Now we can definitely see the experience, for instance, in India with UPI. Some of you may have known that. Or there's Brazil, there's another instant payment solution that basically it's all across the market, and now you can go and buy one candy for directly using your mobile payment and so on. So that's something that will continue to grow, and based on that need, that now investors, not only investors, but the retail side would need real-time access. We need the financial market infrastructures to come together and say, okay, how we can facilitate that, how we can make that growth happen. We were talking, even the topic, it's shaping the future. So how does the future look? We should ask that question. And even yesterday, I think some people did the tour at the museum, and I found it interesting. Unfortunately, I didn't join. But there's like the past, the present, and the future. So the idea is that we should focus on that future and see how we can get and address those issues that are present in the market.
All right, thank you very much, Miguel. I'll move to, I have one more question for Dr. Ekran. And Dr. Erikan, based on your experience modernizing Turkey's market infrastructure, what practical steps can African markets take to leapfrog our legacy systems, and how can technology be used to build trust, reduce costs, and expand the level of participation?
Okay. Thanks for the question. Actually, we think that one of the most important needs is the capacity for financial technology development for CSDs. I think, first of all, we should have a really very good capacity for financial technology development, for innovation, as all the participants told. Innovation is very important in our business. We should diversify different kind of financial assets, and of course the company side, the IPO, number of IPOs should be more efficient, and the number of public companies should be increasing our market. And the transparency, again, like the public disclosure platform or like the general meeting solutions, all the investors and also companies should be connected there. The transparency for local customers, for local investors, and also for international investors are also very important, of course. And data, again, actually sharing the data about the markets, about the companies is very important. In Turkey, I can share also some numbers. Just 15 years ago, almost there was 1% of the population, the registered investors, but now it's almost 10% of the population is, I mean, not, by the way, I should correct, not registered, but with balance. Now we have increased from 1% to 10% of the population. Almost they are active investors of the capital markets. It's really very good development to increase these numbers. Of course, the market should be transparent, accessible, both for companies and also investors, and both for local and international investors, of course. We are, and of course, another collaboration point is not just for local, also for other international infrastructural companies. We are trying to collaborate and reach our markets with other countries also. Because CSPs are not just local companies, we are financial infrastructure companies. We should integrate our markets with other countries. We should develop technologies not from the software point of view, also from infrastructural point of view. And we should develop both financial diversification with technological diversification of the solutions. As the Turkish case, actually, we are just in the middle of lots of countries.
Thank you, Dr. Arik, and we're actually, we've run out of time. I'd like to take one question from the audience, just one. And then we'll take final comments from our panelists. I have the gentleman with his hands up. Could you please share the microphone with him? Anyone, please, can help. I'm also mindful of time. We have less than 5 minutes left.
Thanks very much. I'll make it very quick. But I need to ask this question. It's one of the reasons I came here. We've been talking about integration. Sorry, my name is Biodun Adebimbe from Rand Merchant Bank. Then interoperability. Talking about how to integrate even FMIs locally. I know that the SCC has done some fantastic work in terms of putting out guidelines. We've had engagement. I belong to a trade group that's had engagement with some of the FMIs that say we are ready. We can plug and play with other FMIs so that we can have a connected market. But as we speak today, it's still not happening. And I'm putting it to the SCC, is it enforcement that is the issue? Or is it that the FMIs are truly not ready to interoperate? I think that's the other part of one question, but the other part is now regional, going across Nigeria. What roles are the CSDs playing in the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System? I know the central banks have been driving it. We're talking of AELP. You know, we still struggle to settle across, markets because we still don't have a single eco currency. What do you call it? How do we accelerate, all those efforts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's deal with the first question.
So the first question was, if I understand, we created the platform but the various
integration platform
institutions have not integrated. I think you should ask the institutions, and it's certainly not an enforcement issue. You don't force parties to come together. You create the framework for which they would operate. Tell them it's now available. Let them know that they can. But then again, it's a business decision as to whether they do or they don't. If you do insist as a regulator that businesses should be run in this manner, then you might as well stop being a regulator and go and run the business. So what we have done at the SEC is we have created the atmosphere. We've said it is acceptable. We've asked for rules to be presented. And you know, the way it works is the operators, FMIs will bring their rules. It comes up to the SEC. We review it, and once we're convinced, or once we don't see any issues of concern or conflict with the established regulation, we would issue our no objection. To date, we have not seen any. Maybe the FMIs are working on it, and when we do, we shall treat it as soon as it comes.
Miguel?
Well, when it comes, I think that there are several aspects to see. First of all, has to do with the unfortunate technology, in a sense that we need to have modern technology for integrate and to make sure that we have that all the different layers all together. However, it has to do also with standards. Standards in a sense that you need harmonization, and you need to make sure that you're using international standards, but and from my experience, every time that we go, and we've done several projects, not only here in Africa, but around the world, and it usually, okay, yes, that's the standard, but, and there's when actually the business starts. So we need to make sure that the regulator is also on board to make sure that that happens, and I think that, I'm not saying that the FMIs are not ready, or the CSDs, but there's still a lot of work to be done. But something that I found yesterday interesting, while discussing quickly with Jalo, and he was mentioning that in the end we need to find those synergies where we know that there's no competition. Because as soon as there's some competition, someone is losing or winning out of an interconnection, for sure that won't work. However, that's where the CSDs are the perfect ground to build those bridges. Because yeah, you mentioned the African linkage project for the stock exchanges. But everybody knows that, okay, it's a matter of liquidity, and if you link exchanges, okay, where is the liquidity going to go from the local market? So there might be some things going around. And again, I'm not there, I'm just giving my little thought in there. But however, at CSD, if I know that I can buy something here and it needs to go directly at the post-trade level, then it might be simpler. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, and there's way to make it happen.
Thank you very much, Miguel. At this point, I'd like to get final comments, parting comments from my panelists. I'll start with Yamo to go first.
Okay, thanks for having us, and thanks for moderating. I think, final comments are, we can all agree that a well-functioning capital market is the engine, let's say, for, economic growth. And I think it's important for everyone to think about technology as a partner. That technology, if a well-functioning capital market is the engine, then technology is a turbocharger that can help supercharge that growth. And so if regulated exchanges, technology platforms like us can work together to create scalable rails from KYC to payments, then there's a big opportunity to get, idle savings into MSMEs and really, into MSMEs industry and really help grow and turbocharge the economy. Yeah. We've seen this happen in various economies globally, and, Bamboo remains ready to be a partner to, with the regulators and other businesses and players in industry in this space as we work together to grow economies across Africa and the Middle East. So thanks for having us.
Thank you. For organizing this. Nice having you here. Mr. Bola Jamali.
Well, technology continues to enable, the future is technology, yes, we agree. It continues to enable greater reach, more sophisticated instruments, faster mobilization. Regulators are challenged to keep pace and even stay ahead to make sure the environment is correct to support. The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched.
Yeah.
It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. So that's what
Thank you very much. Technology plus investor education.
Educate the investors.
Miguel, over to you.
Indeed, technology, it's important. Technology is important, but before getting into technology, we need to look into the goal. What's the goal? Because I've seen so many panels and been in so many conferences where, okay, let's talk about blockchain, and nowadays it's, okay, blockchain and AI. And for sure there will be a panel that will touch on that. There's usually, on every conference now, there are three main topics: blockchain, AI, and Trump. We managed to not to touch the last of them, but still, when it's, I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because if we go a bit farther, okay, what about those countries that have omnibus account schemas? What about those that work at beneficial owner level? What if we go into this collateral side? What if we think about the CCPs, margins? So the list goes on and on. But the idea is to make sure that we use these forums, these discussions to, okay, let's focus on a goal and let's try to achieve it one at a time, because we may be talking the same thing here in, I don't know, 20 years again, but ideally it's to make sure that we keep moving based on goals rather than, okay, what technology can we use? It's more like, okay, let's put a goal, and then we bring together different vendors. Montron is one of them, but there are different vendors that we can facilitate and, again, make that happen.
Thank you, Miguel. Dr. Arikan, are you still online?
Yes, I'm here.
Your parting words, please, in 1 minute, if you don't mind.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Actually, yes, we are having much more importance as infrastructure companies, post-trade companies, and also the importance of B2B business. We are having much more importance as CSCS companies for the markets. I think we should we will be having much more importance maybe next years. We should be keeping in touch altogether with other parties and market actors with other countries, with other local partners. And as I told, actually, we should integrate, innovate, and collaborate our business with other parties. I can simply summarize it so. And again, thanks a lot for giving this opportunity to me. And I wish my all success wishes to everybody there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd like us to give our panelists a round of applause. Let's continue to build very innovative, very transformative, transparent capital markets across Africa and through AMEDA and CSCS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together as well for our moderator, Mr. Damilola Aloba. Very kind of you to exclude yourself there, but we must include you in the round of applause. Thank you very much as well to our panel, very estimable panel. Dr. Ekram Arikan, thank you so much. Mr. Bola Jamale, thank you. Ms. Yanmo Omoribe and Mr. Miguel Espinoza, thank you very much. Right, moving right along. I'm trying to keep a pace here so I can get you eventually to lunch. We're going to move to a presentation now from the Senior Advisor to the President on Trade, Investment, and Trade Industry and Investment, Mr. John Uwajumogu, who's going to be speaking about transforming economies through financial markets and infrastructures. Please, let's welcome him at this time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Uwajumogu, as he comes to say his piece. Please put your hands together until he gets here. Keep clapping until he gets right here.
Hello? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. That's more like it. Maybe I think we probably need some exercise at this point because we've been sitting for quite a while. Trying to find the clicker. Excuse me, can you get the clicker for me? It's quite an honor to be here. Mr. Jallo Waziri, the organizers, AMEDA, quite grateful for the opportunity to join these discussions on an industry that is very important. As we have heard from all the different speakers today, the central role that financial market infrastructure plays in being a catalyst for economic transformation. I mean, if you look at any economy that has gone through any of its transformative stage, you'll find that the capital market is an instrument, is a platform for such transformative change to occur. And as we talk about technology as well, it is an industry that acutely feels the impact of advancements in technology. When we say value creation, I think the financial markets, feels that the people that feel that impact a lot because advances in technology means efficiency, it means more transactions, it means more automation. So being at the cutting edge, if you play in the financial markets industry, it's a critical success, critical factor to success. So we've talked about what I'm going to talk about today is really not financial market infrastructure just being a platform for economic transformation, but being actually a frontline solution that we can use to drive economic transformation by being able to leverage the attributes of financial market infrastructure to attract capital into our economy that can help us build our industrial base. I'm coming from an industry and trade standpoint that would then help us to trade competitively. We're in an environment where the savings level for Nigeria is pretty low. So FDI and FPI is very important in us being able to mobilize the level of investment that we need to drive any transformative change that we hope to achieve in our economy. So when I think about financial market infrastructure, I really think about it in terms of it being the invincible hand that guides the invisible hand. We all know the famous quote from Adam Smith around how the invisible hand really drives people who are acting out of self-interest towards creating a greater good. And the financial market itself provides that platform for that self-interest to coalesce into creating a utilitarian environment that creates the greatest good for the most people. And so in the modern market, the financial market has become the invincible hand. And I see the financial markets infrastructure as the invisible hand that guides the invincible hand, because it's the tool that enables all the transformations, all the value creation, the local capital formations that happen in our economy to be possible. And I think the conversation around that we're having today, it's very relevant, particularly for Nigeria and for the broader African economy, because we're at a critical juncture where a lot of forces are beginning to reshape, the frameworks and the protocols that have guided financial and capital flows for the last decades. And these systems have been what have really underpinned the global value creation that we've witnessed and the remarkable increase in living standards that globally we've seen. More countries, much more than others. So in this context, having a robust market and the enabling infrastructure is very essential for helping us navigate through the shifts and unlocking sustainable economic growth. So we've talked about why financial markets matter, and I wouldn't dwell too much on this because a lot of people have already covered this ground. It's one of the biggest things that financial markets do, and of which the infrastructure aspect of it enables it, is the allocation of capital to the most productive areas of the economy. That capital allocation mechanism is possible because price discovery is not a binding constraint. In an environment where that is a constraint, then that capital allocation, the decision on capital allocation is done with information that is not clear and without a lot of clarity. And with that also comes the ability to be able to enable confidence. When you have easy price discovery, it enables confidence and flexibility in making investment decisions. They also serve as a tool for crisis management, for the regulators, the central banks, to be able to intervene, particularly as we've seen, the dark side of financial markets is boom and bust cycles. And in my lifetime, I've experienced quite a few. And so the information that having a robust financial market infrastructure provides enables regulators to intervene and be able to mitigate risk. So for us, a financial market, a robust financial market infrastructure should be able to inspire confidence in the integrity and resilience of the system, provide the network and the platforms that will allow people to not only to be inclusive, but transactions to happen very rapidly. We talked about being able to create apps and other mechanisms that allow more people to invest into the capital markets. And also, markets need structure. A robust financial market and its enabling infrastructure should have standards and governance and transparency, particularly as we increasingly get into an environment where integration, we're truly living in a global village with EU and with AFCFTA, with regions increasingly integrating their markets. Having that structure and transparency and governance is very key. Mr. Mokede had talked about some of the growth that we've seen within the financial markets infrastructure in his speech earlier on today, and we are experiencing tremendous growth in this sector. Since by 2023, we've seen the industry growing at 8% annually, reaching 278 billion as of 2023. shareholder returns from FMIs were 70% higher than the broader financial sector. And funding to the industry has reached 2.9 billion, which was up from 1.3 billion just 4 years ago. And this is not just in the global context. We've also seen this progress being manifested in our local environment, with Nigeria producing a majority of the so-called fintech unicorns. And what is driving all this change, this growth? Shorter settlement cycles. We're seeing almost instantaneous settlements and a shift towards, T+1 or T+0 settlements. We're having tokenization and blockchain technologies, bridging the gap between traditional and digital finance, which is very key as we seek to bring more people into the financial markets. And with all the growth in data, we're having strong demand for financial data as our ability to analyze and make decisions improve, aided by technology. And this particular area is projected to reach 70 billion by 2030. There's also increasing momentum towards cross-border connectivity, mainly in emerging markets, given that we're still lacking from a regional connectivity standpoint. And in the panel conversation earlier, there was discussions around the challenges, the constraints around KYC, around payments across within the West Africa space, within the African space. This is an area that needs a lot of work, but it's an area where work is being done, led by Afrexim, in developing a Pan-African payment, and also the MANSA system, which is a regional KYC system that will help improve identification and reduce transaction costs, which also contributes to easy price discovery. Also, we're seeing fintechs reshaping the FMI space. Between 2018 and 2022, funding more than doubled from 1.3 billion to 2.9 billion, which I mentioned earlier, which is a phenomenon that I've also was experienced here with the flutter waves and the chippers and all the payment systems that have risen over the years in Nigeria and have increased levels of financial inclusion because of the ease of which people who were previously out of the economic mainstream can be brought into the fold. And we've talked about AI. Like I mentioned, this is an industry that acutely experiences the impact of advances in technology. If people who were of the 1980s vintage can remember the era of stockbrokers, where if you needed to do any transaction, you had to go through a stockbroker. But today, with companies like Bamboo, with other companies as well, and in the abroad, companies like Vanguard and the rest of them will allow you to do all sorts of transactions just from your cell phone. And that is only the beginning. AI continuously, it's advancing what is possible from a transaction standpoint, empowering real-time trading and risk management as well for regulators. So in bringing it closer to home, we talked about how Africa, the MENA world, and Africa in particular, is the next frontier. You just have to look at the attractive demographics that we have to understand the potential for Africa as a huge market. Nigeria in particular is estimated that in the next 30 years will be the third most populous country in the world, and a country that is also a population that is largely youthful. And for African area, the median age is only 18.1 years, and for MENA it's 25.9. And the youth are demanding, they are tech savvy, they are demanding connectivity, and they need to be included and have access to investable products. And this is really important because if you look at in the Nigerian space, with what happened recently with CBEX, and as well as with pyramid schemes like MMM and the rest of them, there's a desire, there's an appetite to invest in a structured market. But unfortunately, we're having situations where illegal platforms are taking advantage of this appetite. So and when we look into our crystal ball and see what the future is going to look like, you can see that the future of financial market is here in Africa, but we need the infrastructure to be able to manifest this potential and be able to bring all these people into the financial market. And technology and financial market infrastructure goes a long way in making that increasing access and also making participation a lot easy. So let's take a look at the local context. The president came out and put out an agenda, the Renew Hope agenda, which is to drive a $1 trillion economy by 2033. This will require 8.3% average annual GDP growth. And if you look at what our growth rate has been, you see there's probably about a delta of 5%. So to get there, we require massive amounts of investments. On the onset, we need at least $10 billion a year just to get started, just to reach a critical point, to even begin to then drive that multiplier effect to get us to that 1 trillion. And so we must unlock capital at a scale, at a large scale, and deploy it efficiently into the real economy, whether it's housing, manufacturing, or any other, or banking. And for this to happen, we need our financial markets to be working effectively, which is underpinned by a modern and robust financial market infrastructure. But getting there requires a lot more than policy declarations and vision. It has to run through a modern market. It has to run through digital connectivity to be able to bring more people in, interoperability, as was mentioned earlier, and inclusive. And this will include everything from some of the challenges that we're having right now, digital identification, credit bureaus, clearing houses, to work in concert and work effectively. As I mentioned before, there are external imperatives that are shaping the financial markets that will influence the future of the financial market as well as the infrastructure that sustain it. Currently, we must contend with energy transition and the capital flows that it demands in creating products that allow us to channel investments into clean energy. In fact, with AI and advances in technology, the energy requirements of just maintaining the data and infrastructure required even makes the energy requirements more acute, particularly in a situation where we are looking to transition to clean forms of energy. We don't only have to navigate that transition, but also ensure that we have adequate energy to power all the data that is required to maintain a robust market where transactions, the volume has increased and transactions are happening in real time. And we have shifting geopolitical considerations. We are in an environment right now where the rule-based trade system is under assault. We saw the initial instances of this during COVID as countries began to revert back to protectionism. And with the new American administration and the trade wars, and there's a threat to the rule-based multilateral trade system. It's unclear what this is going to engender within the global marketplace. But one thing is clear is that having a robust domestic market is key for Africa, whichever way these issues go, and also having increased connectivity within our local region is very important as we go through this phase of geopolitical contestations that is changing the landscape in which we have operated over the last 50 years. So to address this means that we need to modernize our infrastructure, as mentioned earlier, upgrading our financial systems, so to ensure speed, but also security, because as we rise in being able to utilize technology, the negatives of improper access and cybersecurity issues have to be addressed, and also positioning our market for global competitiveness to make it easy for people to come into our market and also to exit. So to make that movement, transfer and movement of capital easy. We have to deepen our market to ensure there's broad participation. The downside of, if I'll say, the financial markets and the FMIs is that while it has created a lot of wealth for a lot of people and has been a major source of good, and like I mentioned, wealth creation and a driver of the increase in living standards that we've experienced, it also has created a very stratified economy. And a lot of people have been left out of all the value creation that have happened over the years. So it's very important that we broaden our participation and that we channel capital to high impact areas, but also that we give opportunities and create tools that allow many people to come into the market. So what must we build? Stronger regulation and smarter risk management, so that while things are happening rapidly, we're able to mitigate exposures to the downside. The ability to mobilize our domestic capital is key, but because there are a lot of capital that's sitting on the sidelines, but for lack of trust and lack of credibility, they are not coming into the mainstream economy. Infrastructure that balances innovation with stability, and then systems that support as we transition into green finance, tokenized assets, and digital payments, making sure we have a system that's able to support that in a very robust manner. What is good is that we're making progress in that regard, as we've seen with payment systems in Nigeria, and the government has interventions that is helping to speed that up as well with the broadband trunk infrastructure, the 96,000 kilometer broadband infrastructure investment that the government is doing through the Ministry of Digital Economy. We've also seen strong actions from the Nigerian government in other areas. Recently, there was a bank compromise. And in this environment, it has to be a public-private collaboration. And an example that I will follow upon is the recent real estate infrastructure fund, which is currently a 250 billion naira fund that is public sector enabled, but largely private sector driven. The initial fund was established led by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, which is a state-owned enterprise with an initial 100 billion naira seed. But the second 150 billion naira was all private sector driven and was fully subscribed. So we need to see this more of public-private sector collaboration in de-risking products and the marketplace, and also finding ways to, not only through regulation, but sometimes through direct investment and interventions in de-risking the sector and allowing more people to come into it. So I think we'll just close here. So infrastructure is not just hard infrastructure, which is important, but we need to build a financial market infrastructure that is inclusive, is resilient, and is designed for growth. But more importantly, not just for the market, like I mentioned, making sure that this growth is equitable and we're bringing more of our people into it to share as part of that, as that value is created, so that people are not left out and we're creating a world of two halves. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity again.
Thank you very much, sir. Your wealth of knowledge is appreciated. I apologize for my insistence on timing. It's just I have to make sure that we keep things moving. Next up, without any further ado, I'd like to welcome a quick address from the Secretary General of AMEDA. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Riham Kadir as she comes up.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon and welcome to the AMEDA Lagos Conference 2025. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today as Secretary General of AMEDA as we gather in the vibrant city of Lagos, Africa's, of course, dynamic hub of innovation, commerce, and opportunity. This year's theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economies, could not be more timely or relevant. In a world marked by rapid technological advances, economic transitions, and shifting global dynamics, financial market infrastructures have never been more critical. They are the backbone of economic transformation, fostering resilience, enabling sustainable growth, and unlocking new potential across both emerging and developed markets alike. Over these 2 days, we will hear from visionary leaders, regulators, and innovators, individuals who will challenge us, inspire us, and guide us as we navigate the path forward and shape a better future together. This is a unique moment for dialogue, collaboration, and shared progress across borders, sectors, and disciplines. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our hosts here in Lagos, CSCS Nigeria, to the exceptional organizing team, led by AMEDA Vice President, Mr. Haruna Jallow Waziri. Thank you for having us finally. To our sponsors, speakers, and of course, to every one of you who made the journey to be part of this gathering and make it possible. Together, let's shape a future that is inclusive, resilient, robust, and transformative. Once again, welcome to AMEDA Lagos Conference 2025. And now, it's my pleasure to present to you this short video about AMEDA. Enjoy, and thank you.
In a world racing towards stability and growth, AMEDA leads the way, driving progress and building trust across capital markets. As a leading international organization, AMEDA plays a vital role in promoting collaboration among its member states, working together to build advanced, secure, and resilient financial markets. AMEDA was established in 2005 during the 8th Global CSD Conference in New York City, with just 7 founding members: Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Mauritius, Muscat, and Tunisia. From that moment, the powerful journey of development and impact began. From powering market growth, streamlining CSD operations, fueling knowledge exchange, managing risk smartly, in staying ahead with global best practices, with its continuous drive for progress, AMEDA has grown to include 44 members from across Africa and the Middle East. With Egypt as the organization's permanent headquarters, AMEDA's impact speaks volumes, hosting 40 global conferences, partnering with Thomas Murray for CSD risk assessments, and co-founded the World Forum of CSDs, successfully presiding over 2 full terms. AMEDA keeps its members ahead of the curve with specialized training and global partnerships, sharpening skills and leading the future of CSD tech. But our mission goes beyond financial systems. It's about fostering strong partnerships across Africa, the Middle East, and the world. AMEDA, your key partner in advancing the capital markets of Africa and the Middle East.
Very nice indeed. A last presentation before lunch. Let's welcome the Chief Legal Officer from Bamboo. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Kemi Idowu.
Okay, I hope everyone is not too tired and doesn't fall asleep during this speech. But thank you so much for having us, AMEDA and CSCS. It's been a pleasure to be able to speak here today, especially amongst leaders, problem solvers, and regulators. So it's great to be in a room with people who aren't just thinking about the future of finance, but actively building it. So the topic today is something I'm deeply passionate about, and I believe it is a very timely topic as well. It represents what I believe is one of Africa's greatest opportunities to unlock growth across the capital markets. It's not only my firm belief, but a statement of fact that across the world, retail capital is no longer a trend, it's a force. Everywhere you look, there are compelling examples of how every day investors are not just participating in markets, but also helping to reshape them. From the burgeoning startup ecosystems in Silicon Valley, where venture funding has backed digital transformation that has created an explosion of retail trading volume in the US public markets. About 2 years ago, retail capital was responsible for 15% of total equity market volume, trending approximately $1.5 billion daily. Many say this was a COVID trend. Whilst I believe COVID was an accelerator, there was already a move underway as a result of digital transformation, low-cost, retail-friendly platforms. Another example of the power of retail capital is the increasing participation of everyday citizens in established equity markets across Europe. In France, for example, the number of retail investors more than doubled under 2 years between 2019 and 2021. Similarly, Belgium saw a 50% increase in retail investor participation over the same period. The story is the same in Asia as well, where countries like India have seen a retail investing boom. India's National and Bombay Stock Exchange went from 4 million investors a decade ago to over 87 million as of January 2024. Like in the US, the drive was accelerated by COVID as a result of the rise in lower-cost, retail-friendly platforms, such as Bamboo. Retail capital is no longer a fringe or frivolous activity. It isn't a bunch of people just playing around with their phones. These are everyday people taking charge and greater control of their financial destiny. It is the defining paradigm shift of our lifetimes in the financial markets and transforming financial markets worldwide, and building more resilient and inclusive economies. So I think it's time for us to bring it home. We've given examples of growth across other continents. It's time for us to bring it home. In Nigeria and across Africa, retail capital still remains underutilized, and there's a lot of opportunity there. So whilst a lot of progress has been made, the knowledge of how to buy a stock in Nigeria is still not as widespread as it needs to be. And it isn't because of a lack of interest on the part of the investors. There's a responsibility we have in this room to open and deepen the infrastructure for the retail markets. Where capital markets should be free and open, still too many people think of our capital markets as expensive and opaque. I believe there is a role for digital transformation to step in here as a powerful enabler of inclusion and not just as technological advancement. Because when you give people the tools to access opportunities from their phones, you remove the barriers that geography, infrastructure, and even legacy systems once imposed. In a country like Nigeria, with over 220 million people, smartphone penetration now exceeds 60%, and internet usage is rising by the second. What this means is that millions of people who once had no proximity now have access to stockbrokers, investment firms, and global markets right in their pockets. At Bamboo, we've seen this firsthand. The majority of our users are first-time investors. I think Yamo had said that earlier, many of whom had never considered investing before digital access made it a real option for them. We've had a user who gave us feedback saying, before Bamboo, investing in stocks felt like something only billionaires and big businessmen did. Today, he manages his portfolio confidently from the city of Port Harcourt. That's the power of digital transformation. It levels the playing field and puts capital formation within the reach of everyone, not just the privileged few. With 1 million users to date on the Bamboo platform, we are at the forefront of the resolution, breaking down these barriers by providing accessible and user-friendly avenues for Nigerians to participate in the global investment landscape. We've given Nigerians direct access to Nigerian stocks and US stocks right from their phone, empowering individuals daily to become active participants in wealth creation and fostering a culture of saving and investing that benefits both individuals and the nation at large. This leadership was recently validated when our partner, Lambeth Capital Limited, won the Nigerian Exchange Limited's Made of Africa Award for the trading license holder with the most new retail accounts in 2024. It's a clear recognition of how the Bamboo Lambeth partnership is reshaping retail investing in Nigeria and enabling more people than ever to own shares in the companies shaping our economy. We believe wealth shouldn't be a privilege for the few, but a tool for many. That's inclusion. And we're not stopping there. If we're serious about unlocking growth at scale across the continent, we must collectively adopt a broader perspective, one that views Africa as a single, interconnected financial ecosystem and not 54 fragmented markets. This shift in mindset is essential, not just for fintechs or startups, but for regulators as well, and institutions, stakeholders in the space. So I'd like to give a little anecdote, well, not an anecdote, just a little scenario. So imagine a teacher in Ghana who is able from his phone on the Bamboo app to invest in a Nigerian company, and vice versa, a person in South Africa who is able to invest in the Kenyan Stock Exchange. This is the vision that we are trying to build in Bamboo to make it easier for Africans to cross-invest in each other's economies and support growth. A unified Pan-African financial system backed by technology and harmonized regulation will help us unlock billions in capital flows across the continent. And I think this is something that was spoken about on the earlier panel, so I won't go too much deep into that. I think one thing worth mentioning is, as was earlier mentioned as well, the AFCFTA is working to allow the free movement of goods and services to boost intra-African trade. And we believe that investment capital should be next on this list for cooperation and collaboration. So we are of the opinion that if we enable the free flow of investment, we give African investors the chance to back African businesses, regardless of where they're headquartered. We also give African entrepreneurs access to a much deeper pool of funding than what exists in their home countries. And for regulators, yes, it will take coordination, it will take work, but the payoff is exponential. And with this collaboration, we'll have better price discovery, more inclusive growth, and a globally competitive continent. Potential is great, we talk about it a lot, but unlocking it through smart cross-border execution is how we build the Africa we all believe in. And at Bamboo, we're building the rails to make this happen. We're not just thinking Nigeria, we're also thinking continent-wide. And as earlier mentioned, Bamboo is currently in 4 countries across Africa. We've developed, so part of the work here we've done is we've developed a product called Powered by Bamboo, which allows banks and fintechs to plug investment services into their platforms. We also have a desktop app for licensed fund managers to allow them to manage assets for their clients. So we're creating partnerships to ensure that wherever you are on the continent, you can access global markets safely and simply. Because here's the truth. Retail capital is not small capital, it's smart capital. It's patient capital. When aggregated, it is powerful enough to transform economies if we build inclusive systems. So to policymakers, we ask to work with us to shape regulation that promotes access without compromising security. And to all the investors in the room, the next billion-dollar portfolio won't come from one wealthy fund manager. It will come from the collective contributions of millions of Africans investing consistently and confidently. It's been an honor to share these thoughts with everyone here today, and I'm grateful for your time and attention, even right before lunch where everyone's probably tired. So as we look ahead, I hope we leave this room with a shared commitment to action, because the future of inclusive borderless investing in Africa is worth imagining, but most importantly, worth building together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Don't worry, I've got it. Thank you very much. You did good with the time. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her. I think I speak on behalf of AMEDA, the chairman and the vice chair, when I say thank you to Bamboo for making this, being a part of making this happen. Let's put our hands together for Bamboo. We appreciate your partnership. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. I'm going to ask that those of you who are interested in joining us for lunch, you'll need to make your way out the back into the hall just beside us, adjacent to us. Lunch is going to be in the Iris Hall. So through that hall, you'll be directed to where we will serve you lunch. After which, lunch is going to last exactly 45 minutes. We're going to ask that you please come back in to join us for our next panel session. All the timings following this have been reduced, so I'd like to advise all our panelists for the next session to please adjust in your questions. All the timings have been reduced, so you won't have as much time as initially allotted, to make sure that we don't overrun the time that we had told our guests we would be asking from them. Thank you very much. Lunch will be served in the Iris Hall, so if you make your way out the back and into the hall adjacent to this one, our ushers dressed in black will direct you to the buffet. And we look forward to having you back here in 45 minutes. Thank you so much for your patience so far. Please put your hands together for yourselves. You've been a lovely audience. For those of you who are waiting for joining us for lunch, please make your way through the door over there on your right. Just through the door on the right, you'll find lunch. We have just 45 minutes. We'd like to ask everyone to please join us for lunch. Please make your way through the door, through the front right for lunch. Thank you. How you doing? For all our guests, please make your way through the front right and you can join us for lunch. Please join us for lunch. Thank you. Thank you. Through that door over there on the other side of this wall, you'll find lunch. So please join us. We have only 45 minutes. We'd hate to rush you. We want you to join us in time. Thank you.
as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. As the music dies, something in your eyes calls to mind a silver screen of dark and said goodbye.
I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known that I've had to cheat a friend, a wasted chance that I feel given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you.
Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind, but there's no comfort in the truth. The pain is the harder you find.
I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known that I've had to cheat a friend, a wasted chance that I feel given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you.
our guests, all our visitors, participants, delegates, please make your way back into the hall. We'd like to welcome all our guests back into the hall. All guests, visitors, and delegates, please make your way back into the hall. We're ready to continue with this afternoon's program. We'd like to invite all our guests back into the hall. All our guests, all our visitors, please join us back in the hall. We're ready to continue. We're ready to continue. Thank you. Once more, all guests, delegates, please join us back in the hall. We are ready to continue. Thank you. All guests, please make your way back into the hall. We are ready to continue. All delegates, please make your way back into the hall. We are ready to continue. Our speakers are ready. We are ready, and we hope you are too. For those of you who are sat in the hall, please feel free to fill up the seats in front of you. You don't have to sit all the way at the back. Get rid of that secondary school backbencher spirits. Do it right now. Come on, let's move forward. You can do it. I trust you. Come on. You in particular. You'll get better grades, I promise you. Come on, let's move forward. All right, guys at the back, let's leave that space for only the gossips. That's not you guys, so let's move forward. Let's move forward. All right, all the way to the front. Too pretty to sit at the back. All right, come on, let's go. Let's move forward. Thank you. I love it. I love it. Yes, ma'am, join us in front. I'm coming to you. You know I am. You can act like you're not listening, but I'm coming. Let's go. Let's move all the way forward. Thank you, gentlemen. Ma'am, on Instagram. What's that TikTok? Let's go. Let's do it. Thank you. Join us all the way in the front. We want to be able to see your faces when you speak to you. Even further forward, gentlemen. Even further forward. Come on, you can do it. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Even further forward. Yeah. I cast out this backbencher spirit. I cast it out. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Join me. All the way forward. All the way forward. I'm fixing this thing. You brought that secondary school thing all the way to this place today. We're not going to let it happen. All the way forward, please. All the way forward. We want some intimacy. Look at that, make that face be. You won't see it from that far. There's a seat right next to him. He's lonely. He looks lonely. Save him from himself. He's sitting alone. I insist. All the way forward. Thank you. He's grateful. I'm thanking you on his behalf. Thank you. All right. Thank you for joining us all the way to the front. Thank you. Thank you. Let's keep going. I'm going to keep walking you so you don't stop. There we go. No. We're going forward. He's coming too. He'll join you. If he really cares about you, he'll join you. Hint, hint. All right. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Thank you, sir. It's in your court. You do what you feel like doing. I'm just saying. All right. Okay. You smell good. Why are you sitting so far away from people? I thought there was a problem. Let's go. No need for name calling, but please join us in the front. Thank you. Would be great. Over here would be great, unless you want to go further forward. Thank you. Calling all guests that are still in the cocktail area, please come join us in the hall. Let's move forward, sir. Let's move forward, sir. You too, sir, please. Let's create some more intimacy in this gathering. We want to see your faces. We want to know who we're speaking to. Thank you for coming back. All our guests in the cocktail area, please come through. We are ready for you. I don't want our speakers delayed. Thank you. Before the itis sets in, you want to come listen to our speakers. Thank you. All our guests in the cocktail area or in the dining area, please make your way back into the hall. Back into the hall. We are ready to continue. All our guests, all our guests, all our delegates, please make your way back into the hall. Even our sponsors from their stands, big shout out to Bamboo. Please come back into the hall, everyone. We're ready to continue. I promise you he's also going to be in the hall. I'm shutting down interviews. I'm shutting down interviews till we continue. Everyone, please come back into the hall. Everyone. That would include to a few gentlemen. You're both part of everyone. Thank you. Ma'am? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. The sooner we do it, the sooner we start, the sooner we get you to the rest of your lives. Thank you. Join us inside. Thank you. The networking will continue. Alrighty. Please hold all interviews until we have commenced. Thank you. Everyone, please join us. Those of you who are still sat in the dining area, please join us. We are ready to commence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. Good to see that you're still alive and well, and I'm glad that you made your way back in here. I know that it's tough to give up a full day in Lagos to just one activity when there's so much to do and so much traffic trying to prevent you from achieving it all. But we're glad that you made it back. Thank you so much. We greet the MD of NG Clearing Limited, Mr. Farouk Oragba. Good to have you with us, sir. He also moonlights as an actor and a superstar. Good to have you with us. Okay, well, we're about to move on with our next presentation. I'd like for you to give your full attention to all our speakers. Gentlemen in the back, you can move forward. You have my blessing at this time to please move all the way forward. We would like for our speakers to be able to see faces. That would include the both of you. Yeah, you're included, and gentlemen at the back, please move forward. I don't want anybody on the last 4 rows. Anyone? Yes, you counted right. You are on the 3rd row, which means you shouldn't be on that row. Anybody? We don't want anybody on the last 4 rows. We want you in front. 2 gentlemen over there. If you look back, you are on the 4th row. Move all the way forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the 2 over there, you can get her number later, sir. Just for now, let's just move forward. Both of you, let's take steps forward and join the rest of us. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you. Okay, now with all of that set up, I'd like to bring you a gentleman who's going to be speaking to you, and he's going to be giving you the kind of knowledge that helps you in this securities business. He is the head of an establishment called ISA, International Securities Services Association, if I'm correct. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Colin Parry.
Thank you. Very nicely done. Thank you. I can see the clock behind it. It says 10 minutes. I've got 23 slides, so it's going to be quick. Here we go. So let's... Overview of ISA. I run ISA. What do? We are the leading global trade association, and basically what we do is we get all you folks in the CSDs, all the folks from the custodians, global, regional and local, and all the supporting actors, our friends from the technology companies, Thomas Murray, etc. We get them all into a room and we talk about things that matter to us as an industry, with the idea that we want to create best practices and standards. And standards, everybody goes, SWIFT does standards. Yes, they do. They do standards on a very technical basis, on messaging and communication. We do standards which are more business orientated, really aiming to get the whole globe doing the same things the same way, hopefully. And the reason we do that is, unlike Mr. Trump, or President Trump, I should call him, we believe that the world is global. And we think that the world is stronger and the economies are stronger if they are linked together and people can invest in your economy. And so that's really our mission and what we do. So we connect people, as I said, we collaborate. Well, there's two schools of ways we do that. Firstly is through the working groups, and we'll talk about the working groups later. And the second is the symposium. The symposium is the meeting of the great and the good in the global securities industry. We've got the meeting in 2 weeks' time in Switzerland. We've got 2 seats left. So if you want to join, please reach out to me afterwards. And then the final thing we do is we drive change. We do drive things like the ISA principles and the adoption of those to make it easier for you to do business. We go to a number of events like this. These are the ones we've already got booked in 2025. And we'll do a few more, I'm sure, by the end of the year. Some of them are events like this, or the America's CSD Association. Some are things that we run within ISA itself. But we're going to move forward. And then what do we do most of? We publish things. Right? So the idea is that we publish a load of best practices, thought leadership pieces, discussion pieces about how the world of security services can be better. Now, we don't charge anybody for accessing these. So if your firm is not a member of ISA, you can access any of the papers we get out there. And we do that really for the good of the world. Because in a securities environment, you are only as strong as your weakest link. So if there's a problem in a sub-custodian or a CSD in Africa, that will feed all the way up through the value chain and affect end investors. So really what we're wanting to do is to spread the news, the good news of what we're saying is the right way of approaching things, and get people to buy into that. So all the papers are free and available on our website. Not moving very fast. That's it. Sorry. So the working groups, I'm going to talk a couple here. Accelerated settlement, we are helping various nations work through the problems of moving from T plus X to T plus 1, and eventually we're also writing a paper on T0. And the reason we're writing a paper on T0 is it is a bad idea. But we want to make sure people understand it's a bad idea before we have the same problems we had with the American T1, which is the politicians thought it was a good idea without understanding what was going on. The next one I'll talk about is the financial crime compliance. The financial crime compliance is important to all of you. We've written the ISA principles on financial crime compliance. And again, what we're trying to do is allow the industry to say to the regulators and the anti-KYC regulators in particular that we're doing the best we can and these are the controls we've got in place. Now that matters particularly if you've got omnibus markets, but also in segregated markets. So the rest of them I'm going to catch up with in a moment because we haven't got long. So there are lots of benefits to joining ISA. If you're not a member, you should be. I'll leave that one. Right. So what I really want to do is talk about the core of ISA, the working groups. And I've got 3 examples here, which I'm not going to get to the third one. I may not even get to the second one. The first one is the domestic CSD working group. That is driven out of Africa. So a lady down in South Africa who works Standard Chartered and Femi, who's somewhere in the room, I hope, they are the co-chairs of it. And the most people who are on that working group are from the African nations. And it's a great working group to join. It's run from ISA's point of view from a guy in Singapore, so we've got a good set of viewpoints coming into it. And so what have we done recently in that working group? The first thing we've done is the due diligence questionnaire. So as CSDs, you get many different due diligence questionnaires, right? So we've got the World Forum CSD one, we've got Thomas Murray one, we've got the PMFI, IOSCO, we've got AFME, right? And the AFME questionnaire was not built for CSDs, it was built for credit entities, right? The custodians giving credit to the end clients. And so what we've been doing is we've been working with AFME to change their questionnaire to make a CSD only one. And then we are going to push forward to try and get that adopted wherever we can. And if we can get that adopted by the Association of Global Custodians and by AFME and get to one questionnaire which is applicable only to CSDs, then hopefully your lives will be better. That's still going through the motions at the moment. AFME's got our feedback. They've got a big meeting coming up next month. On that meeting, they should decide whether they will or will not accept our amendments. If that's the case, we should see that starting to get published over the next sort of 6 months and then utilised. So hopefully that will bring some relief to you. The second thing we did, and you can download that using the QR code, is we wrote a paper on opening up emerging and frontier markets to portfolio investment. And this goes back to the mission of ISA. We really do believe in a global and a properly international market. And what we were finding was there were smaller countries who were struggling to see what they needed to do to address their market norms and practices to make them easier to have people invest in their markets. So we've written that paper. It's a good read, let's put it that way, and I would recommend that people do read it. So moving on to another, hopefully moving on to another. Yeah. So I'm not going to go through these next slides. They're taken from a piece of work by the Value Exchange, who we work very closely with, and sponsored by various other firms, looking at the issues that Africa sees and people investing in Africa see. And it's worth a read, but it's available on their website. But essentially, it is the evidence that what we wrote in our paper has correctly identified the problems and possibly the solutions to them. So that's, sorry, I'm pressing this button and nothing is happening. Perfect. Let's stop there at that one. So the next working group is security services risks. The reason I wanted to highlight this paper in the last minute I have is all the people that work for you in your organizations should read this. Right? We've published it this week, so it went out, I think, yesterday. It might have been the day before. I'm losing my time zones. But it is absolutely hot off the press. And the reason you should read it is absolutely key to our industry. And sorry, I've just realized I'm talking to a different slide, but we'll try and flick through them. And so the Security Services Risk Paper is really a primer for anybody coming into the industry. It explains all the terms, what we do, how we do it, where the risks are, and how you mitigate those risks. So what it's trying to do is take the knowledge of 30 people each with 20 years of experience in the market and put it on a piece of paper. So if you're new into a firm or new into CSD, trying to understand what we do and why we have certain controls in place, you can understand it very quickly. So that is my time. It is up. So I'm sorry that was a super quick view of ISA, but I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and talk to you about it, and feel free. I'm around for the next 2 days. I'm definitely willing to have a beer with anybody who wants one, but we can exchange cards and talk about what we want to talk about, but we've got some good stuff there for you to read and take away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. Please put your hands together for him. That was quite good. Quick, powerful, succinct, but deep. Thank you. You could just drop it on the desk there. Thank you very much. All right, it's time to move to our next panel session. And I'm going to be inviting our moderator to handle this. Now, TV stations have a fleet of presenters that work with them, and each presenter usually has a specialty: entertainment, TV, gossip, pop culture. Well, this particular gentleman's specialty is everything to do with commodities, currencies, financial markets, capital markets. He's the guy they call when it's time for that at Channels TV. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Laddie as he comes to... Laddie Williams is going to be your presenter for this, your moderator for this. So you know how you guys are always working in the capital markets, doing all the hard work. He just makes money from talking about what you do. All right, good to have you with us.
So much.
In the interest of speed, I'm going to call up your... Would you prefer?
You can do it.
All right, in the interest of speed, I'm just going to call up his panel for him. First up, if you're looking for financial partners and people to give you advisory in that regard, his company has been at it for the last 20 years. They just celebrated their anniversary, or just about to, and they're a phenomenal group. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Bolaji Balogo from Chapel Hill, Denham. They're quiet movers and shakers. They don't talk too much, they just do stuff, big things. All right, next, please make welcome a member of the board of directors from for those of you who don't know what that means, it's a global legal entity identifier foundation. Please make welcome Dr. Folarin Alayonde. Thank you, sir. Right on his heels, please make welcome our chairman from AMEDA. Ladies and gentlemen, I've called him up so many times on the stage, I hope he's not upset. Please make welcome Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abdin as he comes up to be a part of this panel. We should have joining us the CEO of EDA from Saudi Arabia, Ms. Hanan Al-Sheri. I think that connection will come up once it's ready. Your floor, Lady.
Thank you so much, Ike, and thank you everyone for being here. I also want to thank AMEDA and CSCS for putting this together and for putting this incredible panel in my hands. Thank you so much again. And definitely, we have great minds on this stage today, and also joining us virtually. We're going to be looking at Africa and Middle East Vision 2030. Shaping tomorrow's financial markets for inclusive and sustainable growth. We know both regions, that's Africa and the Middle East, they're at a pivotal stage right now with rapid urbanization, advancing technology. So it's time to actually align visions. We have in the Middle East, Saudi 2030, they have a vision. We have in Africa 2063 vision, and all of this is to find a way to make our capital markets more inclusive and growing global economies at this time. And these great minds here will help us unpack all of this. Thank you all so much. And I'm going to be kicking off immediately now with Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abdin, is the President of AMEDA and CEO of Bahrain Clear Company. Thank you so much for being here. So we see the visions, at this point. We see the Saudi vision, and we see Africa's vision too for, these regions. And it's all about, diversifying the economies and actually, getting a deep markets going forward. So in your view, what is the way to, get these visions aligned so that we can all reap the benefits?
Thank you, Ladi. I think I'm the least famous person on this panel, so thank you very much. It's an honor to contribute to this timely conversation. As president of African and Middle East Depository Association, I represent a community and over of 40 CSDs across African Middle East Depository Association. We sit at the heart of financial market infrastructure and at a tuning point on how we shape tomorrow's market. So it's going back on the questions regarding the vision in 2030 and 2063. So I think the Vision 23 and Agenda 2063 are complementary blueprints. So both emphasizes on capital market, deepening economic diversification and private sector empowerment. CSDs usually play a direct role on facilitating privatization and also issuing sovereign instruments, and let's not forget, last but not least, supporting regulatory reforms. So through AMEDA, we can scale alignment of national agendas via shared innovations. And in the region, and I'm talking about Gulf, I've seen some of the speakers talking about the Gulf. Today we sit at $2.3 trillion in GDP. And we have conservatively estimated at $3 trillion at 2030 dollars. And again, an additional conservative estimation at 6 trillion in 2050. That means we'll be expecting an inflow, we'll be expecting a capital raise by issuers across the region. We as the CSDs will have to be ready for this kind of huge capital raise, be it 2.3 at this stage trillion dollars, 2030, we're talking about 3 trillion, 2050, $6 trillion. We need to be ready for the innovations. We need to be ready to capture the capital raising at the EIPO platforms, on the secondary market. And let's not forget that on post-trade services, you're talking about the asset servicing to accommodate this much $1 trillion in cash dividend distribution directly to the IBANs and wallets of shareholders. Back to you, Ladi.
Right, thank you so much for that. And on the back of your response, now let me go straight to Ms. Hanan Al-Sheri, the CEO EDA, that's Saudi Securities Depository Center Company in Saudi Arabia. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Al-Sheri. So I'll carry on the back of what's been said, so far. It's about aligning, these visions. So talk to me about how, we can create a strong cross-regional financial markets, because it's getting quite apparent now that you can't rely on just one market. So talk to me about how we can actually make this happen.
Thank you so much. First of all, I hope the voice is okay. You can all hear me?
You can hear you perfectly.
Okay, excellent. Hi, everyone. It's unfortunate that I couldn't be with you in person, and I hope I can make it up next time very soon. So to answer your question, I think it's important to understand that both Africa and the Middle East are ongoing significant economic transformation, investing heavily in diversification and then in digital finance and entrepreneurship. And there is a natural alignment in the ambition, especially around reducing reliance on commodities and building resilient and knowledge-based economies. So maybe to share a bit of our experience on how our capital market is a reflection to the economic ambitions that we have as a country. And you've mentioned Vision 2030, our ambitious vision that we truly believe that the capital market is a reflection of all the ongoing efforts that are happening on a like a holistic and a country point of view. So today we have a program under the vision, which is one of the main programs, dedicated to the development of the financial sector. And there are so many KPIs that are monitored from a government level on the capital markets, and some of which of important KPIs that is maybe related to the scope of today's is the increase of capital investment and capital flows to the capital market. And in that we've accomplished so many milestones in our local capital market, be it opening the door for foreign investors, as well as being included in the emerging indices, MSCI, FTSE, etc. And then developing the market to a point in which we became #1 most growing capital market in the world in terms of IPOs. And again, this is a reflection of the economic ambitions and the economic transformation that is happening on a country level. So
Right.
the program focuses on foreign investments. The program focuses also on foreign listings. So we've worked on multiple fronts to link with CSDs in the region to allow for cross listings. And we have a link with the Bahrain CSD and Abu Dhabi and Oman and Kuwait and Qatar are ongoing as well. And we have today one cross-listed company between the Saudi and Abu Dhabi market, and our KPI, of course, is to increase this number. Today, also related to the foreign listings, we're about to launch the depository receipt framework, which opens doors for international issuers from all around the world to consider the Saudi market for a listing, as well as an outbound depository receipt, meaning Saudi issuers being able to list in another market. This is something that us as IDA, as a post-trade provider, we are an enabler in the market for these frameworks, and it stands on top of our priorities. So again, to truly unlock the potential that we have on the cross-regional financial market, I think we need more collaboration between us. AMEDA is a great venue for this collaboration.
Right.
And some other regulatory harmonization, as well as capital market linkages.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ms. Al-Shari, for sharing. You've definitely been busy with what you've shared so far. And talking about, attracting investment, we keep talking about, even if it's the African continent or Nigeria, we're all about trying to attract, investment. So, talk to me about how governments can, create that regulatory environment that actually, you don't have to go out there to advertise for capital. They just want to come to you. What do you think is the way forward for that, Mr. Balogun?
So firstly, let me thank AMEDA for coming to Lagos, and CSCS, most importantly, for delivering this forum. I'm going to try to come at this, slightly differently from the question you've asked me. And I don't think the challenge is about governance first and foremost. The challenge is about opportunity. And it's only if there's a platform of opportunity that, you then, can build on it, with governance. The reason why the Middle East and Africa need to have a much more common future, I think, is purely a logical one. the world doesn't realize it, but if I might borrow, from the New York Times, the world is increasingly becoming African. And I don't talk about music or Afrobeats and what the New York Times was talking about. But if you think about Africa today as one large, contiguous continental free trade area, and you think of the Middle East or the GCC, roughly about the same size in GDP terms. Middle East about 2.3 trillion, Africa about 2.9 trillion. But Africa growing at such a fast pelt that it may already, without us recognizing it, actually be a much more significant opportunity set. But most of that opportunity set is in what we call the informal markets, and therefore outside of the orbit of securities markets today. So I do think that there is a necessity for these two regions of the world to do much more together over the next decade and over the next 30 years. Africa is central, I think, to the world's sort of global climate outcomes. It's central to energy transition. It's critical to food security. All of these elements are really, really important to the GCC. The GCC is a region of significant excess capital, that capital looking for investable opportunities, and this continent relatively starved of capital. And the work that depositories, that CSDs and so on do is really to give investors two key principles: confidence and predictability. So it looks like, feels like, it smells like every other market in which you've operated, and that's what gives people, the confidence to come here and operate. I think the other more important reason is that the biggest opportunity on this continent is really going to be around how we bring that informal sector into the formal. And when you look at some of the evidential as well as anecdotal data, it suggests that this is already, a continent, a market, picking on Abdallah's first comments, where the financeable or the market's opportunity is far bigger than the GDP that you see today. The reality is that because of our cash economies, our informal economies, the rest of the world calls it informal. I like to think of it as actually this is how, as Africans, we've traded for 200 to 400 years. So maybe we should stop calling it informal, and maybe this is our paradigm of what is formal. When you think about the relative size of that informal economy relative to the formal, you then begin to understand that many of these markets are a lot larger than people think they are. And what is discovering that more than anything else is financial technology and all of the, innovation around digital, where from nowhere, standing start, you get, a business like OPay today, which has 40 million plus, customers, and you think, where did these 40 million, customers exist in this market? And the traditional deposit money banks weren't banking them. So I do think that, the opportunity set is really, really robust on this continent. Infrastructure like CSCS just helps to build confidence, certainty, and the more that its standards, its operating procedures are consistent with CSDs around the world, we will attract that capital. But the more that the rest of the world is looking away from Africa and looking inwardly, the more I think that it creates an opportunity for greater collaboration and partnership with the Middle East and the GCC countries. And this is really why, we're very, very privileged, to have AMEDA being hosted in Lagos.
Right. And it's quite interesting you mentioned the, fintechs at this time. I have a habit of putting money in the fintechs. when I want to make a transfer, because I feel like it's going to get there faster than the traditional bank. So, talking about payments, and fast payments, I'll come to Dr. Fulari Alayonde with this one now. So, what would you say are the innovative, financial instruments, you see right now, or you'll see in the horizon, coming up that could actually make this synergy more active and more powerful for both regions?
Mic is on.
Before I go on, please permit me just to ask a very quick question to the audience. How many of us have been scammed before or know somebody who has been scammed?
Well, I know.
Okay. A good proportion of us. Now, building innovative products, right? New products and policies for the financial markets is going to require a little bit more trust. And a lot of that in today's world will be digital trust, right? And one of the key things that we're proud of, the progress that has been made, is the fact that in building what we call that digital public infrastructure for financial markets, right, a lot of progress has been made in both Africa and the Middle East. But I'll speak more on Africa. What we call digital public infrastructure for financial markets, as we speak today, especially when it comes to central securities and depository institutions, as we know, is around three things. Digital platforms, right? And we've made a lot of progress on that, both public and private. The second bit of it is about digital identity, right? And that is where there's still a lot of gaps, especially in Africa, right? The third bit of it is around the data protocols and frameworks. Again, we have made a lot of progress on that. So the missing link, quite frankly, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, is that digital identity. Without the digital identity, we cannot build a digital trust, right? When Mr. Igbode, my good friend, was speaking earlier in the morning at his keynote, and during the morning sessions, and based on what Mr. Balogun has just said, the reality is bringing in that in what you call the informal pool, right? Or that untapped retail market into what we call the formal capital markets is going to require a lot of that extra trust, right? Now, that is where, for instance, part of what GLIFE, that I sit on the board of, is trying to improve upon, right? And that's where you're having, for instance, a legal entity identifier that is open source and provide you what we call interoperable data. Now, when I ask the question, why do we know people who are scammed? Why are people scammed? People are scammed because they do not have a simple way to check on their phone. Is this company registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission? It's that simple. If there was a way that we could ensure that everybody could easily check, the same way you do a star 894 or a star 300 or a star 909, and you connect with your bank, assume that you could do a star 911 hash in Nigeria, and you would know automatically whether this entity is licensed by SEC or NGX or CSCS, then, quite frankly, even the semi-literate will not be scammed. That is why we are saying we need a lot more conversations on digital trust. Without digital trust, you really cannot have the big conversations on innovative products in Africa, right? If you take some of the digital products you typically would like us to talk about, you probably say, oh, should we have a little bit more, carbon bonds, green bonds, marine bonds, blue bonds, and all of that stuff? Probably. But let us go back to the focus of AMEDA, right? What are the CSDs supposed to do? They're supposed to do safekeeping, right? Settlement, clearing, record keeping, right? But once you start moving away to settlement, clearing, record keeping, then you need to build that level of more trust. So I think we need to have a lot more of this conversation around trust. And I think there's an open challenge. I think people need to start thinking about, can we have a USSD to verify whether that company that wants to tell you to invest in this funding scheme, whether they're registered, and there are those simple solutions. When we do that, then we can now start, for instance, promoting the innovative products.
right? And I think we need to have a lot more of these conversations.
Yeah.
And I have some ideas in my head. And I'm willing to actually have that conversation with anyone after this.
Yeah, that'll be a very interesting one, because I'm getting tired of being asked every time. Before CIBEX went under a couple of months ago, somebody asked me, Ladi, what do you think about CIBEX? Are they good? I'm like, I don't think they're good, but it's happened, already. But getting back to the conversation at this time, there's always that synergy between the private sector and the public sector. And we always hope that when these two come together, we can actually get the best. So talk to me about some PPPs you've seen in your region that you think should be replicated in Africa, and maybe what's expected to come.
Thank you, Lady. I think PPPs are no longer limited to infrastructures. I think they are key to financial market evolution. So I think, in my opinion, we need a regulatory sandbox, co-managed by public and private sector. And also, fintech collaboration with post-trade entities. And this is something obvious in our region. The third point is also development finance institutions, DFI as we say, funding for digital capital market infrastructure, especially for those markets shallow in investment capital. So in my opinion is that the next leap in capital markets will be actually co-created. Back to you, ladies.
Thank you so much. So yes, I'm happy you're helping me, with time, but I know we're running out of time right about now. But let me go quickly to Ms. Al-Shari now. So definitely you've heard everything that's been said, so far. So what would you say are the most promising, economic areas of, collaboration that you see between, both regions? That's talking about Africa and the Middle East.
Right. Thank you. I think if we consider ourselves as like CSDs and capital market service providers, we're a good example of how we can collaborate together. Mentioning AMEDA again, I think I want to appreciate like the existence actually of such organizations that brings us closer together and strengthens our practices. So from our end, we do ask AMEDA members always on their practice in a certain product or service. And our objective in this would be to build something aligned with what's offered in peer markets, with the goal of harmonizing our efforts and offerings to the investors in our region. So together we have a growing appetite for long-term investments, and this is what creates partnership. And it's about, of course, building trust, and we create together shared frameworks. And if we continue to get this right, Middle East and Africa won't just like collaborate, they can co-lead in defining the next frontier and emerging capital markets.
All right, thanks for that, Ms. Al-Shari. Definitely that collaboration would be, great to see, going forward. But, let me come to you now, Mr. Balogun. So, definitely would like to have choice, when it comes to being an investor in these times. If you're maybe invested in the US and you see, okay, it's time to move to another region, how do you make that, happen? So, from your experience, so far, looking at both regions, how better off would the investor be, able to, invest in multiple markets and this cross-regional investment?
So I certainly think that the opportunities initially will be more for large-scale strategic as well as portfolio investors. And those opportunities will follow the areas that, are of interest, for the GCC in Africa, which, if I might, try to summarize it, and, I'm guessing looking from the outside in would be, critical minerals and rare earths. It'll be food security. It'll be, agriculture, agro-allied products. It's very interesting to see the first significant, Saudi deal here is a deal for the agro-allied business, Olam Agriculture. It'll be, in areas like technology. There's already, we see in the startup world through, my involvement with something like Endeavor, we see some very, very strong cross investments, actually across the region. It will be in financials, sooner rather than later. And all of these elements really create very, very substantial opportunities for cross investments. I think from our perspective, Africa needs to play to its comparative advantages. And those advantages, first and foremost, are that we're the, probably now the most valuable carbon sink in the world. And if you're thinking about these markets and you're not thinking about carbon, big missed opportunity. We're an incredible source of resources, oil which the Gulf doesn't need, much more of, and gas. But more relevantly, really valuable minerals for battery technology, really valuable minerals for electronic vehicles, and really valuable minerals for other sorts of industrial processing as well as digital infrastructure. Where this, tremendous market with this incredible solar potential and hydrogen potential, which, again is, of value to the Middle East. So it's really about, how are those who run our market infrastructure, our intermediaries, thinking about the dislocation that's happening in the rest of the world, the fact that countries are shifting money away, from aid to defense budgets, showing less of an interest in what's happening in our markets. How does that translate into a unique moment for us, actually, to try to seize the initiative while all of this noise is going on?
And as a smart investor, you don't want to miss those kind of opportunities when they come. All right, so Dr. Olayode, so I'd just like to get what you're seeing, the horizon, going forward for these two regions, looking to collaborate and, make the capital markets more deep.
Speaking to Africa once again, as you're aware, with the AFCFTA, there's been a lot of progress towards the protocols, but the digital trade protocol, for instance, amongst many others. And a lot of this, quite frankly, align with what is also happening in the Middle East, even in terms of, say, the Pan-African payment systems, you have Bona in the Middle East, and most of this, quite frankly, are trying to ease transaction flows. But permit me to say that, and to go back to what I was saying, we're having a lot of alignment as we speak. Now, I think we need to move a little bit further to ensure that the interoperability of those systems, works better. So if you take the capital markets in Africa, for instance, there's a lot of the conversation, for instance, on can you, for instance, buy stocks on the Nigerian Stock Exchange on the NGX from another country. We're having progress on that. But can you do that from, say, MENA at this point in time? No, right? But MENA has made a lot of progress. What are the learning points we can take? How fast can we integrate? How fast can we accelerate some of this progress? I see that as we move closer to 2030, we will have a lot more interoperability. That, quite frankly, is a key, if you like, requisite for progress. The good thing is that these conversations are happening, and it's also very good that AMEDA is also definitely one of the catalysts for this growth. As I wrap up, let me quickly extend, if you like, deep commendation, to the key operators in the Nigerian capital markets. The Securities and Exchange Commission, the NGX, the CSCS, for the incredible work, done to ensure that the Investment Securities Act, the most recent one, has been passed. Because that contains a lot of innovation that aligns the Nigerian capital market with what is happening in the best of the MENA markets, right? And trust me, we should, as we move to implementation, see a lot more progress.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Lyon, and thank you all for being such a fantastic sport and keeping the responses as short as possible. But I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. We can take one question, quickly. If you'd put your hands up if you have a question for us.
Great.
Okay, so no questions at this point. So I guess we have educated the audience very well. Thank you so much. Again, it was great having this conversation with all of you.
Thank you.
All righty then. Things over to Ike.
Very nicely handled. Please put your hands together for Mr. Laddie Williams, and also join me and appreciate our panel. Thanks to Ms. Hanan Al-Sheri, who joined us virtually. It's actually one of the toughest things to do, to join a conference virtually, because you're watching and you're not quite there with everyone, but you have to stay attentive. And funny enough, everybody is watching you. It's the toughest thing to do. So we thank all our guests who've joined us virtually, and then also please put your hands together one more time for our chairman, AMEDA, Mr. Jafar Abdin, who has been up on stage quite a few times today. Also, please put your hands together for Mr. Bolaji Balogun, who did a fantastic job as well. Don't get tired with the clapping. You can do a lot better than that. Thank you. Thank you. Also, put your hands together for Dr. Folari Alayande. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's time for our next speaker. This speaker is coming to us virtually, right? And I'm going to ask, because she's coming to us virtually, that you give her a little bit more attention than you've given to our physical speakers. It takes a little bit more, from you to learn from someone who's not present. You've got to lean in. So I'm going to ask if you would kindly hold all conversations, stop all conversations until later, and give your full undivided attention to my next speaker. And I must say about my next speaker, she is deserving of your attention. Quite a great mind that we will benefit from. But apart from her mind, it's her experience. She sits at the top.
Recording in progress.
She sits at the top of a global entity that is an association for exchanges around the world, exchanges and CCPs. And not just, when I say exchanges, not 1, 2, or 3, I'm talking about 250 exchanges around the world, right? And amongst them, there's something like 45,000 companies listed, with market capitalization of about $82.5 trillion. Now, I'm saying all of this because her wealth of experience as the CEO of the World Federation of Exchanges cannot be discounted. She interacts with exchanges that operate in different regions with different scenarios that they face in their country. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your full, undivided attention to Ms. Nandani Sukumar. I think she's joined us now already. She'll be speaking to you shortly. There she is. Please put your hands together for her one more time. Ms. Sukumar.
Good afternoon. I'm so sad that I'm not there in the room with all of you in Lagos, with our members and with all of you at AMEDA. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you this afternoon. It's always a special experience and a moment to join our colleagues in the CSD world, and we look forward to working more with you in the days ahead. When you invited us at the WFE to speak, you gave us a clear brief, and I smile when I say clear brief. The title is Innovation in FMIs, a Game Changer for Growth. So it was a wide range of topics you gave us there, but all also incredibly pertinent to the joint challenges that CSDs, exchanges, and CCPs together are facing. At the WFE, I always say that together, because we represent exchanges and CCPs, and AMEDA represents the CSDs, that together we represent the entire value chain of the market. And that has never been more important. This collective vision, this approach where we work shoulder to shoulder, than it is today at this time. The WFE is, as we say on the lid, the Association for Exchanges and for CCPs. So we represent around 250 to 300 market infrastructures around the world. We represent everyone but the CSDs, and that's why we're here together today. We have numerous joint members with AMEDA. So again, a classic example of CSD, CCP, and exchange working together to serve the markets that you operate and that CSDs are so important in navigating risk for. We have at this time about 87 members who are CCPs and clearing services. So we are the world's largest association for CCPs, and the rest of our members are exchanges. We tend to be exchange groups, with many of them with the CSD sitting within that group. We have data that goes back, many of you are familiar with and have contributed to, that goes back almost 50 years, and we look at over 350 market data indicators, all of which the CSDs are servicing through their functions. So why are we here today? We're here to talk really about our industry, the FMIs, as catalysts for growth and for economic transformation. When you came to us and said, let's talk about this, we thought really this is a shared moment. Never more, I think never in my time in the industry has it been so important to talk and understand how it is that we as FMIs, and I'm using we in the collective sense, are indeed catalysts for economic transformation. In January this year at the WFE, we published a research paper. It's free, it's available on our website. It was authored by my colleague, Dr. Ishaq Demir, and the title was really very simple. We talked about financing the future. And with that, we looked at a number of indicators to look at how FMIs are influencing the economy and resilience and prosperity, in addition to creating value for stakeholders and removing risk from markets. Those are all things that all of you in this room, the AMEDA members, work directly with. In particular, we found that financial market structures, and again, I'm using we in a collective sense, give people a path to financial security. And let's hold that thought as we think about the role of the CSD industry there, in addition to that of the exchange and the CCP. We all collectively help companies, new and old, large or small, to prosper. So if we think about the impact that the CSD industry has on companies and their path to prosperity, there's always a belief that it's the exchange, but it is not just the exchange. It is all of us together in the ecosystem of which the CSD is a valued part. We provide a clear signal on the health of a country. Think about the risk that all of you are managing, especially in African markets. We support growth and contribute indirectly to tax revenues, taxes we will always have with us. We channel funds in the necessary scale to strategic sectors. We form the foundation for other financial markets. That's particularly interesting as we see the emerging trends there of new public markets. We attract international money, again, a particularly interesting concept to hold and think about in emerging and frontier economies. And of course, we ensure system-wide soundness and resilience, underpinning insurance and promoting, of course, public engagement and trust in regulated structures that underpin the global capital markets. So as policymakers and industry leaders, look to build and grow, economies, it is essential that the role of market infrastructure is recognized and supported. Um, these institutions, our institutions, are not just market operators. They are indeed engines of opportunity, and the policy and regulatory environment should be designed to nurture these markets as a foundation to sustainable economic success. So now, the second brief that we were given was we were asked in our comments to reflect a little bit on DLT, tokenization, and CBDCs. And really, looking at the specifics around innovation and FMIs, this is just what we think. We can act as game changers, not just for capital markets, but for growth, inclusion, and resilience across, all economies. Let us begin, with DLT. It continues to generate enthusiasm for its potential to increase transparency and reduce settlement friction. And I think all of you in the room there in Lagos will be able to tell us quite a lot about your individual experiences. If you look across the capital market ecosystem, you have SDX, Six Digital Exchange, where they are a fully integrated infrastructure based on DLT blockchain technology, and they're enabling issuance, trading, settlement, and custody of digital assets. Others, like ADX in Abu Dhabi, are using blockchain to modernize AGM voting and improve shareholder governance, for example. However, innovation must be informed by evidence, not assumptions. For example, tokenization is often related to the concept of DLT, that is, for example, converting ownership rights or assets which have traditionally existed as physical or centralized electronic records. And these then are morphed into digital tokens on a distributed ledger. However, when we looked at the issues surrounding all of this, we wrote a paper, actually, again, on our website, Demystifying Tokenization, led by my colleague, James Olaf. Many of the claimed benefits of tokenization already exist, often provided in a very efficient way by the CSD. And they can be achieved and are already being addressed through so-called traditional systems, of which the CSD is the foremost. Tokenization also introduces fresh challenges, legal uncertainty, technical complexity, and custody risks, of which we have all heard a lot, especially in fragmented or unregulated environments. Looking further, we've published a paper which we presented at our WFE Clear meeting, which is a post-trade and CCP meeting. My economist colleague, Dr. Kaito Lin, presented a paper on settlement latency in DLT systems, and we found that it materially reduces liquidity and raises trading costs. And we took a lot of data, we ran a lot of very rigorous analysis, quantitative analysis, and simply put, so-called instantaneous settlement is very rarely instantaneous, as I'm sure all the CSDs in the room can attest to. It's subject to the uncertainty implicit in the blockchain validation process. And when uncertainty is present, in general, market efficiency suffers, as we all know. Spreads widen, participants may hesitate to trade. This is a moment where we all think about that as we look around the world at the volatile markets that we have all been living through for the last 2 weeks. And indeed, these effects are particularly significant in systems without netting, where trades must be pre-funded in full. This reinforces the value of both CCPs and CSDs, which remain indispensable in managing risk, enabling multilateral netting, and reducing uncertainty. Recent research from Eurex and from DTCC outlined the use cases for using tokenized versions of traditional assets to enhance collateral mobility and margin management without sacrificing that legal and operational safeguard of central clearing. And this is why regulatory initiatives matter. Although projects like the ESMA DLT pilot regime have only had limited success so far, they promote responsible innovation. Let's hold on to that word, responsible. They allow exchanges and CSDs to experiment within a defined regulated framework. It is a reminder that real progress happens when innovation and regulation advance together, and that tokenization will only scale if built on foundations of trust, interoperability, and regulatory clarity to leverage the strengths of market infrastructures. Finally, we are also seeing growing interest in central bank digital currencies. They are still at an exploratory stage in many jurisdictions, but present important considerations, particularly for wholesale market use in post-trade processes like settlement and related margining. The attraction is the same as with stablecoins. That is, they're cheaper and easier to use than fiat, but with the added credibility of being backed by central banks. This starts to look very interesting when you consider their use as a store of value and not just as an exchange of value mechanism. We will move on to the hottest topic of the moment, if you like, which is AI. And then less hot, but very important to all of us who work in market infrastructure, the cloud. The debate around cloud computing has become ubiquitous. So I think, all of us go to these meetings and we talk a lot, about the cloud and what it means. Many of our members are now operating models where on-prem computing on their own servers is paired with cloud computing. So the direction of travel is, unequivocally towards the cloud. While some are moving fully towards cloud computing models themselves. CME Group is partnering with Google Cloud, the Options Clearing Corp. OCC has partnered with Amazon Web Services, and both, are moving, talking about core platform, core clearing systems to the cloud to enhance stability and risk management. The exchanges at the front end are also, but they are marching towards the cloud. AI may also play a transformative role via a number of use cases. So at this point in the AI conversation, all of us in market infrastructure are looking at the FMIs. We're all looking at use case now, right? How can we turbocharge? How can we enable our markets using AI? If you look in Asia, SGX is applying AI to market surveillance, identifying anomalies at scale, while in the Americas, B3 in Brazil is leveraging AI-generated avatars to expand investor education, proving that innovation can also deepen financial literacy. Takash Bank and Borsa Istanbul recently outlined that they are applying AI across their CCP operations to enhance collateral calculations, credit rating processes, and stress testing. There's a very interesting article, again free, on the web. If you look at, and you will find that they detail in some length how they're doing this. Hong Kong HKX in Hong Kong has adopted agent-based modeling to simulate default management and liquidation strategies within its CCP. And by realistically modeling trader behavior and market reactions, HKX is improving how it manages risk under stress. All this taken into consideration, the WFE, we strongly support a principle-based, risk-proportionate regulatory approach to AI, one that is flexible, forward-looking, and based on outcomes, not overreach. Our members already follow sound governance practices, as do the CSD industry, and we include a human-in-the-loop oversight. We have clear model documentation, and we follow rigorous vendor risk management practices. All of this is business as usual to CSDs, CCPs, and exchanges. As reliance on third-party AI systems grow, transparency and accountability across the ecosystem will become even more important. Now, let's talk about the role of regulation and sound marketplaces. As innovation advances, so must our regulatory thinking. For example, recently, if you look, we wrote a regulatory paper, Sound Marketplaces for Crypto and DeFi. And here we looked very specifically at crypto trading platforms and we looked at the need. Crypto as an asset is a new asset class, and in time already it is being traded on exchange, but that move as an asset class will move further onto the exchange, and that is a great thing for it to trade and for the CSP to settle. So where do we find critical need? We find critical need, we need clear segregation of functions in vertically integrated platforms. We need AML compliance and cyber resilience. We need transparent governance and investor protections. And finally, we need regulatory parity for all similar activities, regardless of the technologies used. Let's look for, as an example, on the collapse of FTX, which resonated across the world. Long-standing worries about, insufficient custody controls in the crypto industry. This highlights the risk to both markets, to market integrity and investor protection. But regulators and crypto providers can learn and should learn from so-called traditional markets. We are not so traditional. We are evolving, all of us, to keep pace with our stakeholders and the needs of the markets that we run. But the traditional markets that we are allegedly running have a track record of functioning well, especially in times of stress. In established markets, custody services offer a comprehensive range of functions, including compliance, risk management, and asset servicing. And these could significantly enhance the robustness and credibility of crypto asset custody. In particular, these frameworks recognize the importance of segregating crypto assets in the event of a bankruptcy, meaning that clients can expect the same protections that exist for investors in existing financial products. And that is really like a very profound benefit. We hope to see frameworks like these established in all jurisdictions because new technology just cannot justify weaker oversight. The principle of same activity, same risk regulation, same regulation must apply across all market environments, centralized or decentralized. So, in conclusion, innovation with purpose. In closing, I would like to return, if you will allow me, to the core of today's conversation, the conversations that we heard before us, the conversations that will come after this session and on into tomorrow. These are focused on how financial market infrastructures are not just background systems, but really they are the connective tissue between investment and innovation, between savings and sustainability, between trust and transformation. As we navigate new technologies and new expectations, our challenge is not simply to adopt innovation, but to apply it wisely and with rigor, with responsibility, and with purpose. That means building systems that are inclusive, building markets that are resilient, and building regulatory frameworks that evolve in tandem with technological change, even while leveraging the existing strengths of established infrastructures. Let me end with a call to arms, a call for solidarity, a call to walk this road with us. Together, all of us, the exchanges, the CCPs, the CSDs, we will move forward. Let us move forward together. We are grounded in evidence. We will move forward grounded in evidence, guided by principles, and united in our ambition to build stronger, safer, and more sustainable economies for the generations to come. Thank you once again for inviting us to join you. We wish we were in the room with you, and we look forward to working further with you to enable this shared vision of a better future that we all have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nandini Sukumar. Very, very appreciative of your time, but more especially of your insight into how we can come together and build financial markets infrastructure that will last and that will be not just sustainable, but that will grow, across Africa and the Middle East. It's time to dive into our next panel session. As you can see, they're prepping behind me for you. And we're almost getting to the end of the evening's conversations. We'll continue again tomorrow. We're not there yet, but they say the end of a matter should be the best part of it. So I want you to keep your attention wrapped. You guys have been a stellar audience so far. Thank you so much for giving your attention to Ms. Sukumar. Please put your hands together for yourselves. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, it's time to dive into the next conversation. This one is going to be about driving the financial inclusion through digital technology as well. There's been a lot said about inclusion today. And moderating this panel is going to be a gentleman who comes from the Lagos Business School. He's the dean of the, my bad, I said gentleman, a lady from the Lagos Business School, the dean of the Lagos Business School. And she's going to be sharing some of her insight with us as she interrogates the matter with her panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Professor Olayinka David West. As she comes, I'm going to jump right in to call on the rest of her panel. From MTN, representing their CEO, Carl Toriola, please make welcome the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer, Mr. Babs Oyeleye. There he is. All right. And then from NIBS, ladies and gentlemen, representing their CEO, Mr. Premier Oiwo, please make welcome the Head of Technology and IT, Mr. Oluseyi Ademosu. Thank you, sir. Joining us also from Aluko and Oyebode, please put your hands together for partner, Dr. Ajibola Asholo. She wants you over there, sir. Thank you. She's specific. All right, next up, please make welcome Chairman NESG and Managing Partner, Veraki Partners, Mr. Ni Yusuf. Thank you very much. Professor, your panel. He's making his way. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ni Yusuf, who's joining us as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, thank you. I know we're keeping you between the end of your day and your last meetings, but thank you all very much for staying to have this exciting conversation with all of us. So I think we've talked about financial inclusion, and we know what financial inclusion is, I hope, right? In terms of access to and the use of financial services that are affordable. And how do we go down market? Today I have the honor of having this conversation with my panelists, and basically my job is really just to interrogate them and get their ideas and their views around how do we use a lot of the emerging technologies that we've spoken around, how do we ensure that we avoid the CBEX issues rather as we're taking it in. And I think Folarin was talking about digital trust and ensuring that we build digital trust. So that is the nature of the conversation, and we're hopefully doing this in is it 40 or 30 minutes? Because I see my clock is ticking already. But we will try and have a conversation as we can. So let me start with you, Babs, at MTN. And because we're talking around the Middle East and Africa region, what is MTN's footprint, and how do you share MTN's experiences in financial inclusion in that region? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
No. Nope.
Sure,
not yet. Your mic's not working.
My mic is not working.
Not yet.
Okay. We'll replace that with a handheld in just a second.
Okay, while we're waiting to save on time, let me come to you, Sheyi. And, okay, so Sheyi, you wait.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. So MTN started our journey in financial services around 2006. I think we first launched in Uganda And our footprint now covers 17 countries, predominantly in Africa. And that's mainly because we've started to scale back our Middle Eastern investments. And we have, I believe we have about 1.3 million agents spread across our Africa footprint. We have about 63 or so million monthly average users across our footprint. It's been quite a journey for us. I think we set out to focus on the rural, semi-urban, really the really underserved territories across Africa. And that's because we had some capabilities that we could leverage on. Naturally, we had a mobile service. Secondly, we had very wide distribution across the territories. And we had agent footprints already established in those territories. And I think those capabilities, and then on top of that, we just layered the trust in our brand. I think that was really the key element. And those three capabilities really are the most important things that really helped us to drive the growth of our footprint across Africa.
Okay, thank you. But let me segue on to Sheyi. But before you do, what are the 63 million doing on your network?
We started out with the basic services. We started out with USSD, naturally, and then you evolve your service from your cash payments, transfers, and then your remittances, and through the agent network, you're able to do your cash in, your cash out. Now, as you start to push your smartphone penetration, you can then layer on slightly more advanced services. So in some of the other markets, there are insurance products, there are loan products, there are savings products, investment products, etc. So effectively, we do offer a broad range of financial services products right across the footprint. Some markets maybe not as much because there are some restrictions in some of the markets.
Okay, great. So we have some regulatory barriers, but Sheyi, so he set you up now. Payments. And NIBS is the engine of payments in Nigeria. So tell us a little bit about how are we leading in the instant payments in the region, and how do we ensure that we can bring payments further down market to the micro level? So basically, I think my best use case is how can I buy gala digitally in traffic? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank CSCS and AMEDA for setting this up. NIBS is a company owned by the deposit money banks and central bank jointly. And the role of NIBS is to act as a facilitator and a clearinghouse. For the last 30 odd years, what we've tried to do is to provide rails that our partners can take advantage of. And therein lies the innovation called NIBS Instant Payments, NIP. Now, when NIBS Instant Payments started in 2010, we had only 3 banks that were locked in. But today, I'm sure everybody here, you use your mobile app or USSD to transfer funds, and you get it instantly. What that has afforded the economy is in no mean way. You find that government is now making payments electronically. Government-to-person payments can be tracked. You have transparency, you have security. You can actually say this is the person that made this transfer. So the rails that we have provided has afforded a lot of innovative products to come up. In the last panel session, someone was talking about OPay having 40 million odd customers. Where were all these customers before, right? Were they being managed by traditional or conventional banks? So you see that a company like OPay can come into Nigeria, establish its roots, and do its business because we had a rail that connected all the parties within the ecosystem. That cannot be overemphasized.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Sheyi has led us into the rails, but I think the rails are important, and what they've sort of provided or democratized access to different groups of people. But let's look at it regionally as well. What is your experience, and how have the banks, because the likes of the OPays are the ones that we call the emerging new actors in the ecosystem, the new business models, and seemingly threatening the legacy of the traditional players. So what is your experience in the regional area, and how, what strategies are being used to ensure that banks remain competitive and continue to offer the retail services, especially as it relates to trust? Because Babalola said, oh, MTN relied on their trust brand. Sheyi says, oh, we built an environment and rails that people can trust. So how do we ensure that we continue to foster the trust and use the rails that have been provided?
Thank you. Interesting question. If you look at the continent, right, so it's 54 countries, all at different stages of development. Then if you then take the Middle East, you added up another layer to it, probably much more developed than quite a number of countries on the continent. And if you come back to Nigeria, actually, let me start at two. So if you look at Nigeria, Nigeria is many countries in one, right? So Ikoyi, Victoria, and Lekki is one country, and then Lagos is another country that covers it, and then you have the Southwest that covers that, and you have the larger Nigeria that covers it. And financial exclusion in Nigeria is driven by infrastructural gaps, right? So you have many submarine cables that have come to the Lagos, and I think now we are probably having just one in the south region. But you need to find ways to pull that into the hinterland. So infrastructural gaps, cost. In an economy where more than 66% of us are still multidimensionally poor, the ability to afford smartphones becomes an issue, and that's where the Chinese brands have become more popular, because that allows you to improve the affordability. Trust is also an issue, and I think that's where banks still have a play. To the extent that banks are regulated, to the extent that banks have developed a trusted brand over years, quite a number of consumers are still, most of them still keep accounts with commercial banks for safety reasons. And then you keep accounts with some other fintechs and co for convenience, for speed. What we've seen that financial inclusion in Nigeria has improved, driven by 3 or 4 factors. The presence of fintech, agency banking. So Babs talked about they having about 1.6 million or so agents. So that's the last mile. And so agents in Nigeria today is just an umbrella, a stool. So cost to set it up, that is low. So agency banking, mobile money, fintechs have helped in terms of increasing the reach of financial services to the last mile. In 2018, MTN did an IPO in Ghana, and about 84.6% of the local participants subscribed through MTN mobile money. Now, which shows again how mobile money, how mobile phones have helped. And in Nigeria, we surely have more mobile phones than bank accounts today. Okay. And so, if we could have that institutional collaboration between the telcos and your digital identity capability and the banks, then we probably will be able to improve affordability, improve accessibility, and also increase the trust between the three. So we have the ingredients. We just need to have more collaboration and a regulatory framework that allow the easy exchange across the 3 areas.
Okay, great. Nia, I'm going to come back on the issue about broadening, especially as we diversify services, because he's spoken about services like insurance riding on top. You've spoken about IPOs and access to capital markets using Momo. So we'll come back to all this, because basically, Sheyi, what they're saying is that payments are stale, right? We need payments, but we can do other things in addition to payments. So Dr. Asolo, people have spoken different times about regulation and the different types of regulatory environments that we have in the environment. So if on a scale of 1 to 10, right, in terms of regulations driving or advancing or promoting financial inclusion, how would you sort of rank the regulatory environment and then justify your score?
Okay. Can you hear me? Brilliant. Thank you to CSCS and AMEDA for putting this together, and thank you very much for inviting us at ANO to add our voice to this. I would give it a strong 6 out of 10 for a number of reasons. Some have been outlined already. But from a regulatory perspective, I think the first point would be that there is just a recognition now that expanding digital financial services and financial inclusion are some sort of public good. So we see that in policies and regulatory documents that are put out by regulators. This underpins it. So that would be the first point, and it's the reason why, for example, regulatory entities like the CBN has created a whole bunch of license categories to help advance this cause. So that would be the first point. The second point would be one that's been alluded to on this stage already. The framework itself, as it pertains to mobile money, has been very positive and has delivered very positive outcomes. I would contend that it's probably one of the single largest drivers of the expansion of financial access on the continent, and very specifically in Nigeria. A second point, or a third point, would be just what the regulators are doing as it pertains to regulatory sandboxes. These allow fintechs and operators to test and validate ideas and propositions in a controlled environment, and still gives the regulators the capacity to basically look out for all the typical financial market risks. So that's been helpful as well. The SEC is doing something in that respect. CBN is doing something in that respect as well. The point has already been made on how the regulatory environment has advanced and helped payments. A key point that's made on the NIBS NIP payments. That is obviously a plus. And I think a final point I'll allude to would be what the regulatory environment has done as it pertains to consumer protection and data protection. So on the data protection side, we now have, we do have a specific law in this country that looks at that. In addition to that, we also have, on the consumer protection side, a federal regulator that advances the cause of consumer protection. Certain states, certain subnationals are looking to do work on the consumer protection side as well, so that obviously is a plus. So yeah, all told, I'll give it a 6. Clearly, there are some issues in the regulatory environment that we need to unlock. Regulatory fragmentation is one. The notion where you have different regulators superintending different components within the ecosystem creates friction, so that does need to be unlocked and solved. Regional harmonization is an issue. On the continent, different countries have different legal systems and compacts, so obviously that creates some friction as well. We have the AFCTA that's come into force now, but it will take some time to kind of operationalize that across the continent. When we get to the point where we can do passporting, as you have in the EU, obviously that will advance the cause as well. And the final point is one that I'll point out, as alluded to somewhat, which is just the telco bank dynamic. There is some friction in that space as well. Once we're able to unlock these 4 things, it will help advance this a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we have the regulations in different levels of development, but I think one thing I struggle with, and I think it was also spoken to at the previous panel, that when we talk about financial inclusion, yes, we've done relatively well in payments, and when we measure, we count, access to a transaction account, so we're doing well. But then again, we're not doing well in other areas, and one of the areas, and I think it was in one of the sessions this morning, talking about how do we unlock this $1 trillion economy that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is promoting. And one of those areas is access to credit. We have a ton of MSMEs that really don't have access to productive credit, either it's working capital, whether it's asset-based financing and things. So we have digital credit providers. Bola spoke around the crowdfunding regulation and the fact that we have 6 licensed crowdfunding operators. So we have the supply side. What is inhibiting, and how do we start to unlock, especially access to MSMEs and the credit, so they can actually do their business and grow the economy at that level as well? Thank you.
Access to credit is an issue, but the cost of credit, it's a bigger issue.
Okay.
And
so there's credit, but it's just expensive credit.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So if you look at the quite a number of fintechs, they slam you 3%, 4%, 5% flat monthly, which then comes to like 40, 50, 60% per annum. And yeah, if you don't have a choice, you do that. So with inflation at what it is, credit can't be cheap. And so we've got to find ways to remove the structural bottlenecks to bring inflation down so that the cost of credit can then reduce. But a few things gives hope. So one is the federal government now has the credit corporation, initially focused on the civil service or the public sector. Now, it's a good start. Second is you have the student loan. It's also a good start. Hopefully, through those two schemes, you can begin to create some credit history, some culture. In the last decade or thereabouts, we've had the advent of credit bureaus. So there are 3 or 4 licensed credit bureaus. We have the advent of NIMC for NIN. In the banking industry, you have BVN. So the foundations are being laid in terms of identity, credit scoring, but the main issue then remains access to affordable capital. Now, FRS is working to start an electronic invoicing scheme. So if you, because the question is about SMEs. So if the e-invoicing scheme takes off, or when it takes off, invoices can then become things you can easily verify.
Yeah.
And then, so invoice discounting, invoice factoring can be de-risked. And hopefully that can be useful for MSME. So that as you raise invoice, even before it is paid, you can discount the invoice and get some credit. But there's more work to be done around just the cost of credit. I think that really is a much bigger issue. Fintechs have helped to increase access to credit, but we still have an issue with cost. And it's, we don't save, we have low savings culture. And so if you don't have the cheaper pool of funds, there's really nothing to use to lend.
Okay, so maybe we need to list them, right, Temi? And ensure that we can provide access to these boards so they can drive capital from the public, right? The new kid on the block is the ISA 2025, right?
Correct.
And democratization of digital assets, tokenization. But again, NI has just said, oh, we have the right schemes. To what extent is this going to liberate and also provide access to capital markets using the new digital tools that the ISA is allowing or enabling, but how will we adopt, and do we have the market to absorb these tools and these technologies as well?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's Dr. Asolo.
Yeah. The point on the ISA is a timely one, and whilst it does introduce, I mean, it's because it was just enacted, so it's still been unpacked, right? But whilst it does introduce a whole bunch of reforms across many components within the capital markets value chain, I think for the purpose of this conversation, I think a couple of issues stand out to me. And the first would be just what the ISA does as it pertains to virtual and digital assets, right? It essentially clearly brings these things within the regulatory purview of the SEC, right? Which means that there's much needed clarity and certainty moving forward. Originally, hitherto what had been happening was that it was being superintended by regulation. Now it's clearly backed by statute, so there's clarity and there's certainty. We already know that young people in this country and on the continent consume and engage in this space. The clarity now with the innovation, the expectation really is that there'll be more activity in that space, and it will allow for democratization, tokenization, fractional ownership, and just basically drive more velocity in that space. There are other points of reform as well. There's an additional point on crowdfunding, which again will create another channel for young people and people with significantly less capital to consume and invest in the capital markets. There are other points of reform as well. There is what the law does as it pertains to investor protection. The law essentially strengthens the investor protection framework in the country and sets out very stringent penalties. So clearly it will help build trust and engender more trust in that space. I think a final point for me just on this would be what the law does, again, as it pertains to the Securities Tribunal. This is essentially a contraption to help dispute resolution in the market in a more efficient manner, taking it outside the traditional court system. This body or contraption had hitherto been bedeviled by questions as to its constitutionality. Again, with post-implementation, the expectation and hope is that it'll help engender trust. There's a whole bunch of other reforms across on the multilateral wholesale side with CSDs and exchanges and CCPs and whatnot, but on the retail side, these things I've outlined will be helpful.
Okay, so let's just quickly close on the retail side, especially relating to having all the investor protections and all the trust and all these schemes built into the laws, but who educates the market? Because when you look at a CBEX, for example, right, and this issue about fraud, and I think in the last panel, Folarin said, oh, how many of us had heard of a fraud issue, payments fraud, and things like that. So who educates the market? And I want us to talk about this issue because cybersecurity is, as we increase the digital perimeter, we're also increasing the fraud perimeter. And so how do we begin to think around this, close the gaps, because we have several digital literacy issues, financial literacy issues, and whether we like it or not, we can't build trust if we continue having some of these issues. So I'm going to start with you, Babalola, just rounding thoughts around how do we close this? You know your experiences, your PSB had its own challenges and things like that. So let's come up with practical solutions. Thank you.
I think both parties, on the one hand, the service providers or the financial services providers have a role to play. I think the regulators have a role to play. From a financial service provider side, if you take the UK as an example, you would typically be told that your investment or your deposit is protected by the FSA. And it's always there at the bottom of a lot of the small print that the service provider will share. And so you have that comfort level immediately. We don't necessarily do enough of that in Nigeria. And there's the NDIC, for example, that protects depositors. But do we communicate that to the general public to say, look, do not put any funds into an institution that is not going to show you that they are protecting you under the NDIC.
It's in small print, is there?
Well, I'm not sure that gets, I don't think that gets amplified as much as, well, so in our circumstance, we need to amplify that a bit more than in the small print. And I think on the regulator side as well, that same messaging does need to go out to say, do not give your investment funds to any party that cannot show you that they are, for example, regulated by the SEC. Something along those lines. Because, again, we have anybody waking up at any time saying, bring your $100 and I'm going to give you 100% interest rate in a month. To average person, they're looking for those sort of returns. As unrealistic as it may be, it sounds so attractive. But there has to be some guidance and some communication from a regulatory perspective that says, only put your investment funds with certain parties. Don't just give it to any individual or entity that promises you excessive rates of return. So I think both sides have a role to play in making sure there's better education to the general public.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a two-way street, but I think one of the things is, don't forget that these entities come up during the day. By the evening, they've shut down. And that's really the challenge. So how do we know when they exist or when they've stopped existing, even when a lot of our monitoring as regulators is manual? So food for thought. Nii, what's your take on how do we protect the market and reduce cyber fraud?
Right, so I think a few things. One is, if the permissible is not available, then anything that's available is what people will do. Yeah. So we spent like 2 or 3 years banning and whatever cryptos and stuff like that. And we had this huge population of young guys who have smartphones who wants to blow, as they say. So now the ISA is there, so let's hope we can catch up. But I think for me, the first lesson is banning and restrictions are not the way out. You've got to create viable, legitimate alternatives so that people can use that. That is one. Second, the industry needs to collaborate in terms of financial education. So if you look at what the banks have done, banks wanted to address financial inclusion. They ended up creating regulations, but also ended up creating SANEF as an SPV that then moderated this entire agency network and financial literacy, etc. Banks every March or thereabout have a Global Money Week, and they do financial literacy, and they go to schools. And so from an investment point of view, the operators and players also need to come together and collaborate and create funds and create vehicles and channels through which they will educate the market. And I think the third, it's responsiveness when there are concerns. And when there are complaints, customer service, we need to respond and respond fast. That's something banks have learned from the fintechs.
Yes.
That if you don't respond fast, people will go to where they can get fast response, which may not necessarily be as secure as possible. So I would say those three things plus a few other things.
All right, thank you very much. Sheyi, another challenge is when it's interbank, right? They blame NIBS and this whole idea of settlement and reconciliation, and the money is sort of strangled in space. So what are you doing about that? Because the confidence is important, because if we don't have the reverse financial flows, people are not going to trust the system. So what are we doing about it, consumer protection frameworks, and ensuring that they work for the people?
So consumer protection is a very interesting space, and it's not narrow, it's very broad, because what I'm giving out, someone else is expecting to transfer it somewhere else. So that's why NIBS has a whole section following CBN's template on this thing about customer service. You can't overstress it, because customers are at that point where they are agitated. When your transaction does not go through, you begin to run around to find out who is at fault. And of course, NIBS is a very, opportunistic vehicle that every bank can say, yes, is responsible for this. So we work closely with banks, we work closely with the fintechs. We try as much as possible to create an open system, a transparent system, where banks and fintechs can get responses. It's a 24/7 service that we offer, and it has helped, but has it solved the problem? I'll say no, it hasn't. Right? So everybody in the ecosystem, in the value chain, needs to go back. You mentioned on reconciliation. Sad to say there are some institutions that have reconciliation challenges. Everybody knows, we all know. And much as they are working on solving those challenges, right, what is there in the interim is the committee that CBN created. Banks can actually be summoned by CBN and be legislated against when this kind of issues happen.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. Dr. Asolo, any final comments on cybersecurity and ensuring that we create an environment that's safe and secure for everyone?
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to keep it under 27 seconds. I think the major thing for me from a regulatory perspective would just be that it's clear that with the CBX thing, there was asymmetry, right, as between the stakeholders, i.e. the operators, the consumers, the regulators and enforcement agencies. So there needs to be a systematic way for this value chain to, in a central manner, dimension, systemize, and action threat data in the ecosystem in moving forward. That is what needs to happen from a regulatory perspective. We have something called I think it's called the Financial Services Regulation Coordinating Committee that's created pursuant to the CBN Act. There's a need so there's a platform already, but there's a need to bring it into the digital age that we're in now, so modernize it a bit, and then create a much more robust channel with security enforcement agencies that can help ameliorate and arrest some of these things in the future. That would be my view from a regulatory perspective. Okay,
thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have time for questions? I see a red banner over there saying time's up. So obviously, no questions. So colleagues, if you have any questions for the panelists, please feel free to engage them offline. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. I think the word of advice here is, as we want to diversify financial markets and financial products and services, we need to take the lessons from what has happened in the banking and payment sector and ensure that we can learn from those lessons, ensure that we work together and build collaborative environments. And as we use digital, I think the advice here is that as we use digital, we're going to solve one problem, but create a couple more. And how do we ensure that as we're creating the new problems, we have the infrastructure to solve for them, ensuring that we create an environment that's fit and safe for everybody. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your staying the day. Thank you for your attention. And to my gentlemen panelists, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Gentlemen.
A round of applause for our panel. Sorry that we didn't have a lot of time. Being an educationist, the Dean of Lagos Business School wanted to do questions and answers to test your knowledge more than to answer questions. But one more time, please put your hands together for all of them. Professor Olayinka David West, Mr. Babs. Oh, thank you, please. This way, thank you. Please put your hands together for them. Mr. Babs Oyeleye, Dr. Ajibola Solo. Please put your hands together for them. Mr. Oluseyi Ademosu and Mr. Ni Yusuf. Thank you so much for giving us your time on the panel. All right, we have 2 more speakers, and then we're done with today's session. Just 2 more speakers. So please sit tight, don't run off anywhere. But just by way of announcement, when we are done with this session here, for all members of AMEDA, we have a closed-door AGM happening at the Diamond Suites, which is behind us in the hall outside. Go upstairs, it will be the first door on your left. But I know many of you are not familiar with Eco Hotel because you're from other countries. Just ask any of our ushers in black to lead you. They will take you to the Diamond Suite where we'll have the closed-door AGM. All right, but for now, our second to the last speaker, ladies and gentlemen, comes from the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation. It's a mouthful, but it's quite necessary, and she is quite a relationship manager. She's done a lot in the field of managing relationships, not just for people who are trying to optimize their operations, but also helping startups with their proposals and things, getting them together. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome. She's ready to go. I can see her all geared up. Please make welcome Ms. Ololade Oshusonya. She comes to speak to us briefly.
Thank you so much, Ike. Thank you all for your attention today and your time today. I mean, as the day ends, I know everybody's energy levels goes low and our attention span gets shorter. So I'll keep it light, I'll keep it interesting, and I hope you learned something today. I'm just going to wait for them to have it completely on screen. So, second to the last speaker. I saw someone yawning there, so don't worry. It will be interesting, I promise, and we get to learn something today. I know Ike was just introducing Glyph. I know it's a mouthful, and what we do is also very interesting and unique. My name is Ololade Oshusonya. Thank you to CSCS Nigeria and the AMEDA for having me today and allowing me to speak to you briefly. I'm a business relationship manager at Glyph, and I've been working with CSCS Nigeria. Glyph stands for the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation. I'm going to take you through what Glyph is, what the LEI is, and its role in the global regulatory framework, and the value of the LEI in the capital markets. So what is the LEI? What is Glyph? Glyph is a non-profit Swiss foundation founded by the Financial Stability Board, and it's overseen by the Regulatory Oversight Committee. We have 71 global regulators, 19 observers, and from over 50 different countries. And our board, one of our board members was here earlier on a panel, has 16 independent directors. We have partners all over the world, and 16 of our partners are accredited to issue LEIs in the MENA region. And CSCS Nigeria is actually one of our LOUs, or LEI issuing organizations. Across the world, we have about 2.9 million LEIs, nearly 3 million. Hopefully, by the end of this year, we will reach 3 million. And in the MENA region, we have about 32,000 LEIs issued for legal entities in the region. Glyph has structured in such a way that, sorry, let me go back. The ROC oversees GLIFE. We are the operational system. We operate the LEI system, and we are the operational arm of the global LEI system. The LOUs, such as CSCS Nigeria, are our LEI issuing organizations. Sorry. Yeah. So what is the LEI? I'd like you to think of a passport that you have. Everybody has a passport. And you use this passport at international ports of entry, right? But aside from a passport, you also have a national identity card or national identity number. The LEI is essentially like an international passport. Earlier, Dr. Falari mentioned about people being scammed, and one problem was that people don't know who is who they're doing business with. If they are able to know who they're doing business with, they're able to make better, more informed decisions. The LEI is like a passport. It enables you to know who you're doing business with, where they're based, and any information that is essential for any financial transaction that you want to undertake. It is important that I mention that the LEI does not replace the local identifier, but it's a global identifier that is used internationally and recognized in different financial transactions around the world. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this. I'm supposed to be Gen Z, but unfortunately, I'm also having a problem with technology. So, for example, what you have on your screen right now is an LEI record. I don't know if it's very visible, but it's the LEI record of CSCS Nigeria. CSCS Nigeria, yes, they issue out LEI records, but they also have an LEI record. And basically, it has information on the actual LEI code. It's CSCS Nigeria's actual national registration identification format, and it's also mapped to other identifiers. So you have CSCS Nigeria's BIC code, ISIN, and S&P Global ID. And this enables you to know who you're working with, where they are based. There's also information on their legal address and legal domicile. So the LEI is specifically that code you have at the top right screen. It's a 20-digit alphanumeric code, and on the GLIFE database, anyone can access this. This is free and open sourced. Each LEI is tied to, like as I mentioned, the company's name, address, and ownership structure. And it's validated against registration authorities in the country that wherever this legal entity or business entity is domiciled. So, who are our partners? In the Africa and Middle East region, we have CSCS Nigeria, Straight, Qatar Credit Bureau, Tunis Clearing, so CSDs, banks, and other financial institutions, stock exchanges, and other market infrastructures. These are LEI issuers or other partners that partner with us in using our data for internal or external purposes. We also have partners in Europe, Asia, and Americas, so like LSE, UB Secure, Bundesanzeiger, and GS1. This is an overview of the global regulatory framework supporting the LEI. So as you can see, we have support for the LEI all over the world in China, Japan, mostly in OTC derivatives market, the LEI is being used, and in the EU, we also find that there's a lot of policy and regulation supporting the LEI in CSDs and transaction rules, and in China specifically, they're using it for trade, especially imports and such. So, I would like to highlight most recently is the new ESA Act as it's been introduced, highlights the LEI the Act introduces the Act mandates the use of the LEI in capital market transactions, and this is designed to improve transparency and the conduct of securities transactions to promote market integrity and promote sustainable growth. So, that being said, what is the overall value of the LEI in capital market infrastructures? What is it used for, it is important for transparency, operational efficiency, regulatory oversight. It also mitigates risk. If you know who you're doing business with, you know where they are, you know who owns them, if they have subsidiaries, if they have parent companies, you can make better decisions, especially in clearing or settlement processes that CSDs do every day. I'm going to reach my final slide because I think it's the most important. So what can you do? You've heard about Life. You have a brief little understanding of what we do, how it works. Where do you fit in? Where do you stand? First things first, you can get an LEI. When you get an LEI, why get an LEI? It's in an increasingly global and financial ecosystem. The LEI is key in safety, stability, and transparency, and that's critical for CSDs. And once you get an LEI, what do you use it for? You can use it for, especially for financial transactions, and you can also, I would say, leverage life's free and public services. We have tools such as our database and golden copy files. We have a free and public API that can be used for automated integration and trusted data alerts. So if you connect it to the LEI database and there's a change in the LEI record of a financial institution, you can connect and have trusted alerts. So you know when, for example, a financial institution becomes a subsidiary or owns another company or changes its legal domicile or changes its name, you can connect with our database and find and have automated alerts that tell you the changes in the system. You can also integrate the LEI into your operations. So when it comes to clearing or reviewing or security checks, you can use the LEI to verify whoever you're working with and any transactions you want to do. The last thing that you could do is partner with Life. We have different rules. For example, like I said, CSCS Nigeria is a LEI issuer. We also have validation agents. These are such as banks and other financial institutions that facilitate the validation of LEI data and also upload information and data on legal entities and businesses around the world. You can also contribute to our mapping. So you can also have your database of information or financial entities, you can map it to our data so that you know, so that all the information is somewhere where everyone can access it, free and open sourced, so that for the future transactions and systems, sorry, my mind is on the clock. I've only got a few seconds left. But yes, thank you so much for your time. This is just a brief overview of what Life does. Please feel free to reach out to me if you want more detailed explanation. I mean, I only had 10 minutes to give you an overview of a very complex system. So thank you so much for your time today.
Well done, Ololade. I think you did a great job explaining what Life is about and what the LEI can do. Well done. Let me help you down here. Yeah. Just trying to make sure. Okay. While she was talking, I just kept picturing what the immigration service in Nigeria could do with the LEI. You know, we're the only country that when you arrive in Nigeria, you have to speak to 3 people before you get to your luggage. There's the first guy, the health guy, offering you a health form that everybody ignores and we just walk past. Then there's the second guy whose job is just to eye you. Just pick up your passport, eye you, then tell you to move to the next person who's the actual immigration person, who then takes your passport and then tells you can go on after asking you what you brought home. Yeah, but if we had the LEI operating there, it would be amazing because, you know, then you can just use that one tag to just figure out who's coming through and who's not coming through. Well, we thank God for technology and we thank you, Life. We thank everybody who's come through. It's been quite a day 1. Day 2 is going to be lovely as well. It is now time for our final address, who's going to sum up everything. But as he comes, I want to say a very big thank you to all the people who've come from every part of the world to be here. We really appreciate you. We thank the chairman of AMEDA for making out time to be here. Your presence is very highly appreciated. Come on, put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. And now join me and welcome the Vice Chair of AMEDA, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of CSCS, Mr. Haruna Jallow Waziri.
afternoon, all. If you told me yesterday that I was still going to have this number of people still sitting out at 5 p.m. today, I would have bet against it. So thank you. You've been a wonderful audience and sitting through all till to the end. More importantly is what I heard today is about the concept of collaboration, building bridges, the gaps that exist in terms of knowledge, the importance of financial market infrastructures, and especially the opportunities that are out there from the two regions in terms of what can be done. And as Agbo just said, Africa is where it is. The Middle East is where it starts. And I think the cross-cultural, advantages that we have, and I promised I was not going to mention Trump, but, these opportunities are there for us to seize. I want to thank everyone for sitting through all of today. We have our AGM at 5 o'clock, like Ike said, at the next room. But let me tell you something. Tomorrow is going to be very exciting. We have some significant panelists who are really going to guide us through certain discussions, and I think it would be very, very, very interesting for you to be here tomorrow. Otherwise, thank you very much. Our chairman has sat down all through, had to go back to the office to list, I believe, a company and then come back to join us, as well as our colleagues who have been doing a very hard work, ensuring that everything goes very well. But thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 o'clock here to start the end of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow when we do this all over again. A lot more to come. Take care. If you have any questions for those of you who are making commutes to other places, people are at the door, the ushers, to help you with directions for any of that you need. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Directions to the Diamond Suite. Please speak to any of the ladies dressed in black, any of the ushers dressed in black, and they will direct you to the Diamond Suite for the AGM, the AMEDA AGM. All right, that will be outside across. You'll go into the Echo Hotel Grand Ballroom, go up one flight of stairs. It will be the first door on your left. But please speak to any of our ushers and they'll be happy to direct you to the AGM for AMEDA.